Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened.
But are you suggesting that? Are you suggesting
why is everybody so? Why are we pretending that we don't know why we ask questions? Like why? Like you're a journalist.
But you know
what this is. You're like, what's going on? What's going on? Why do you want to know why these planes were tracking Charlie? Well, my theory is that we are being sold absolute Fed slop. The media is doing their Operation Mockingbird Part 2 scenario by telling us, well, unless you absolutely have a conclusion, you can't even ask the question. Yes, we very well can. Keep asking consistent questions until we get a clarified explanation for what happened on that day. And right now, we have nothing, okay? And that is the reason why people are watching my show, because I'm the only one not treating them like they're absolute idiots who don't have two eyes, and who believe in magic bullet theories, and who understand that Egyptian planes should not have been tracking Charlie even 3 times this year would be an anomaly, okay? They've been tracking him. We don't know where it's going to end, but we are going to keep asking questions until we get clear answers.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
No, nice try. It's not. It's you by saying, why are you asking questions? Don't you worry about Mikey's feelings? Everyone knows what this is. And like I said, because we have the example, the concrete example of after JFK's assassination, the media members quite literally being put on the payroll of the CIA, we have a historical example that we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not been anything that has come out of this investigation that makes any sense that the public is not listening to. I am sorry to say this, Piers, people like you. And what I love about you and I sitting down is that this exact same time last year, you were doing the same weird questioning and making all these things when I said that they were committing a Holocaust against the Gazans, and then you changed your mind.
Actually,
Piers,
this time,
I'll see you next year when you change your mind again, and we have more information about what happened, and you realize that the difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular, and then you change your mind.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott. Episode 156, In Sickness and in War, Till Death Do Us Part. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Welcome one and all to another episode of The Homeless Left. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is a non-tribal approach to news. Those of you joining us for the first time, welcome to our space. This is where we have real conversations. This is where we bring courage, accountability, professionalism, principles, and conviction. Also, we got to have a little tenacity what we're doing as well. It does take a lot of energy, a lot of commitment, and a lot of punching up that we do here, which is what journalism is supposed to be about. And that's why we played you guys that opening, regardless of where you stand on the Candace Owen versus Erica Kirk versus what happened to Charlie Kirk versus who's being an honest actor, who's not. Wherever you stand on that spectrum, if one thing's been made perfectly clear, is that journalism is about asking questions. And if people are in the business of calling themselves news anchors, calling themselves professional media pundits and journalists, and yet their job is to attack other journalists who are doing the crime of journalism and asking questions, then you can at least start from that point. We can agree that that's not actually journalism. So let's just start with that, and we can go from there. And of course, we've been covering Candace on the show. We've been looking at how much of this is a real investigation. She's asking real questions we need answers to, but how much of it is actually theater all around? Was the whole thing just one big distraction? But we keep our minds open here on the show. That's what it's about. That's what we're doing. That's what we do consistently. And we talk about consistency, how important that is when we do what we do, because we stand behind our work. We don't have anything that we need to scrub from the internet. That's the job of the people in power. They love scrubbing stuff from the internet. They love pretending that something wasn't said. They love pretending that we imagine things like, right? For example, COVID. They like pretending that we just made up the fact that every one of those news pundits got on TV and told us to our faces, if you get this jab, you will not get COVID and you will not transmit COVID. That's what they told us. They can pretend they didn't, but we have the internet, and guess what? That's forever, guys. So we stand behind our work. If we get something wrong, we will apologize for it. If new information comes to light, we will attest and account for what we did. We won't erase it from the internet, and we won't make fun of you for bringing up that we said something different before than we're saying now. So that's nothing that we ever have to worry about, which is a good thing. So today's show, we are calling In Sickness and in War, Till Death Do Us Part. That's right. You heard it correctly. In war, not in health, because what we do in this country, what we're about here, is elevating these two industries. It's not a healthcare industry. It's not a let's try and get to peace industry. It is a sickness care system, a sick care system, and war. Not unique to Donald Trump. It is unique, however, to the American military-industrial complex, the Greater Israel Project, and U.S. Western imperialism. All of those elements, yes, it is unique to that, but we've been living in this our entire lives. And if you're just waking up to it now, awesome. It takes us all a little time to kind of have those little aha moments where we go, was everything they told to us the entire time one big lie? Yeah, it was. Is this two-party system we live in? Is this all one big theater piece? Yes, it is. So now we understand this. We can start looking at the world events, things happening day to day, a lot of crazy stuff happening in the world. It's hard to keep up, but at least we know our starting point from here on out is we start with our critical thinking skills on first, and we ask honest questions, and we go from there. And we do our own investigation, because I can tell you right now, Rachel Maddow, Anderson Cooper, and Sean Hannity, none of them are going to tell you they're not going to allow that process to happen. You have to do it for yourself, and that's what we're doing here on the Homeless Left. So welcome, one and all. We have a lot of stuff we're getting into. We're going to be bringing co-host Jay Scott in, and shortly later in the show, we will have Nurse Leslie back here for Talking Back with you. That's when we respond to your comments live on the show, and you know that you can participate in the show if you're on Rumble. This is how you do it. You just write on the Rumble, the comment, the live chat. You can even give us a little Rumble rant, and guess what? You'll go to the front of the line, and we'll get to you before anyone else. We promise we will, because we have people looking out today on our channels, and we love our mods. We have Bonzo Beans looking out for us on both our Rumble and over on YouTube. This is our YouTube channel. If you guys haven't heard, it's not the Homeless Left. That channel got terminated by Google. Too dangerous for us to have conversations on that channel, so we started a new channel, and that's the one we're doing. THL Presents. That's where you can do a super chat and get to the front of the line during Talking Back. But you know what? Either way, just drop us a comment either way, and we might get to you as well, super chat or not. But we do appreciate the support. If you're watching us on X, that's awesome too. I think if you throw comments in there, we can also see them here on our home base studios here in Los Angeles, right off of our StreamYard service here. We could actually see it, your comments there as well. And we decided, what the hell? Let's just go on Facebook today. We're not on Homeless Left on Facebook. They don't let us stream there yet for some reason. So you're going to have to find me, Matt Weinglass, on Facebook if you're watching. If you're local here in LA, first time you're seeing, we scrolled by, you just happen to scroll by us, watch for a little bit. Let's see if, if your first time checking this out, we might say something, might trigger you. We apologize in advance, but these are important conversations, like we say, important conversations for us to have, and we're not going to be defeated by the censorship industrial complex. We're going to keep fighting back. Speaking of which, please drop a like in whatever platform you're at. That helps us fight the censorship machine. It helps us fight the algorithm. Even here on Rumble, it's very difficult on Rumble because Rumble, although they're not as bad as YouTube as far as terminating channels, taking videos away, we losing our content. No, they keep all of it up, and that's awesome. We have all of our content up on Rumble. Every episode we've ever done is up. However, there's still a very strong surveillance state going on on Rumble. They are keeping tabs on us. They are certainly shadow banning us. So we have to fight back with more of you guys busting through that algorithm. So we appreciate all your support, everyone that's on board today for the show. Okay, I think it's time we get moving on our Thursday lineup. Man, we got some Venezuela stuff to cover. We're going to get into some Miriam Adelson. 4 more years. Woo! Ooh, she actually said it. We're going to get into that. We got some Putin is pulling the curtain back on some of these EU lies, and we're going to see where we are with that peace deal. Jay Scott's going to cover that with us a little later. And this Susie Wiles, this interview in Vanity Fair, what the hell's up with that? We're going to break that down for you. This Brown University shooting, this looks pretty suspicious. We're going to get to that as well. I told you guys we're going to cover little Candace Owens. And this Bondi Beach false flag. If you guys didn't see our coverage we did on Tuesday, go back and we uploaded that one already. That one is we did a deep dive on that pretty much right away when it happened, or at least the next time we aired, which was Tuesday's show. But we are going to keep that conversation going as well today. And that pretty much does it. And if you guys that watch our show regularly on Thursdays, you know what we like to start the show off with. This because it's the last show of the week. We like to do a little top censored news of the week. So let's go ahead and kick it off. Here we go. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. Okay, let's bust into the 3 top stories today they're not going to be telling you about, honestly, on mainstream media. Coming in at number 3, a mysterious radiation fog is smothering 13 million Americans in California, and the mainstream media is calling it normal. Now, this affects us right here in California. If you guys live in the West Side, anywhere throughout the state, you might have noticed there's some crazy ass fog going on right now, and it's coming up and creeping up pretty fast in certain intervals of the day. And it seems there's something a little strange about this fog. Well, let's take a look at how some of the people are covering this, and then we'll see what's really going on here. Okay, so we see that the Daily Mail is calling this radiation fog. Where did that term come from? Well, we'll get to that a little bit more in a bit here, but let's say it's a thick radiation fog is creeping across California, and it's sparking reports of mysterious health issues. Well, that's interesting. Health issues because of fog? Okay, so a dense cloud of radiation fog has blanketed California's Central Valley for weeks, coinciding with reports of respiratory symptoms among some locals. More than 20 counties across a 400-mile stretch of the state have been affected by the low-lying fog, which forms when the ground cools rapidly after sunset, creating a thick layer of condensation. There's the word, condensation. That's the one we were looking for. Safe and effective. All good. Everything checks out close to the surface. Okay, so, however, here is a resident of Tracy in California, Gerald Desperalta. He told Daily Mail that he and his family have been coughing and experiencing congestion for about a week. Well, I'm sure that's not related to this. I mean, we all have our, health problems and stuff separately from the weather, correct? Sure. Well, he's saying we kept the kids' inhalers nearby and we're trying to keep them indoors as much as possible. Sharing videos of his car blanketed in the fog, which appeared as a thick white dust. It's a thick white dust as he wipes it off. Now, other commentators on TikTok, on his videos, they've chimed in and they've also experienced similar symptoms over the past few weeks. So people on social media are using social media for what it's for, to share their stories and connect with each other. Wow, what an awesome idea social media is when it's used like that. But I'm sure not everybody likes this, but we'll see that in a moment here. So one mother has shared that her children, eczema that her children had has flared up since the fog, where another local said they've had 3 headaches in 2 weeks, which they have never experienced in their life. How far else are you going here, Daily Mail? Are you ready to really dive in? No. Time for the however. So this is where we do a little gaslighting here of these people that I guess you would call just over-exaggerators, right? That's what they're implying here. However, there's the word. However, health experts have cautioned that fog itself does not cause illness, and other environmental or seasonal factors could be at play. During these fog events, temperatures inversions can trap car exhaust and industrial pollutants near the ground, potentially worsening air quality and causing respiratory irritation, especially for people with asthma or other lung conditions. So that explains it. I'm still not convinced. I'm kind of on the fence because it sounds like those people have had some, real stories happening, real health issues, but they're telling us here in the Daily Mail that this is kind of normal and there's an explanation. I'm going to need a local reporter on this. Come on, ABC. Give us what you got, ABC. Give us that honest journalism you're so proud about. Here we go.
Live Doppler 7 along with satellite. Stop me if you have seen this graphic before. The pattern has been really consistent the last 2.5 weeks. This high pressure just anchored right off our coastline, giving us the perfect conditions for all that fog we've been talking about the past couple of weeks. I do want to take you high above California, show you the satellite view from yesterday. You can clearly see all of that fog from Redding down through Bakersfield, and this is what's known as radiation fog. And contrary to maybe what you've heard on social media, this is not going to affect your health. It just means the transfer of energy when we talk about radiation fog. It is.
Oh, so contrary to what we've seen on social media, those people are crazy, right? But radiation fog. Wait, I thought that the crazy conspiracy theorists coined the term radiation fog, but you're telling us that that's an actual thing. So contrary to them saying they're having health problems, you are actually telling us that that's an actual term. That's not a conspiracy theory term. You're calling it radiation fog. And then you're going to tell us in your happy cutie voice there, Mr. Weatherman, local AVC guy, how it doesn't affect our health. Why would we think that? Well, go on. Tell me why we're just freaking out here. Please.
It's extremely common in the winter across California.
Of course.
If you've lived here for a long time, you may also know this as Thule fog. What you need, calm winds, chilly air, and in the winter, that cold air gets so chilly, it reaches what we call saturation, and clouds form, and it creates fog.
Oh, that's what it is. And, we deal with this all the time, except for the fact that none of us have ever heard the term radiation fog ever until now. So that's part of the story's not really making sense, but you're saying that this happens all the time, totally normal, happens all the time, but now we have this term. Okay, got it.
The valley's like a bowl. The fog just sits there looking for an exit. That exit, the Carquinez Strait and Delta, that filters into the Bay Area, and that has affected our temperatures. Look at the December chill we've had. Average temperatures in the 40s and 50s, anywhere from 1 to nearly 3.5 degrees below average for this time of the year. The pattern consistent today will keep that fog inland, temperatures in the 40s and 50s there, brighter, warmer conditions around the Bay shoreline and along the coast.
Well, thanks for setting the record straight there. That's the last time I go on social media to try and find out what happened, because we got ABC News weather man to tell us all nice and fun and happy-go-lucky that we've had this all the time. Great. I'm glad we set it straight. But I think I'm going to go check. I'm just going to go back on Twitter and just check a few more of first-hand accounts of what's actually happening, or at least how are the people taking this in general. Here's a few little takes you might be interested in hearing that's happening right here, right now.
Are telling us right in our face what they are doing to us, because what in the hell is radiation fog? I've been on this earth for 30 plus some years and I have never heard of this in my life. A mysterious 400-mile stretch of radiation fog blankets the state of California?
But when they say they're shitting this fucking fog, and I just been driving regularly. What is this shit right here? There's something in the fog that I can't explain, but I ain't drove to nothing but fog. And look at this shit. Check y'all shit, y'all. Crazy. Look, it's on that, but not on my windshield. What's going on?
Another bacteria were sprayed over the San Francisco Bay Area in California in order to determine how vulnerable a city like San Francisco might be to a bioweapon attack. They killed 1 American and put 10 more in the hospital. This bacteria affects the gut, the respiratory issues, and the urinary tract. Now, the person who died had a pre-existing thing, and so they were trying to say, like, none of this is confirmed. But then the military confirmed in a Senate hearing that this is actually an experiment that they did. And so they weren't held liable for anything because you can't definitively correlate the introduction of the bacteria to, like, that's definitely what got this person. Yeah. But it is beyond doubt admitted that they put bacteria in the air to test if the entire San Francisco region was susceptible to a biological warfare attack. So the reason they said it was okay to do is because this specific bacteria isn't bad enough to make people actually sick. They were testing a delivery system.
No. Give us laughing gas or something. Give us something fun.
But that's what's crazy. 10 people, like, hospital stays, and 1 of them died, and it's like, well, that was just a test and a risk we were willing to run.
That was a test and a risk we were willing to run. We didn't mean to hurt you guys. We just did a little bit of testing. So what? 10 people ended up really sick. And who knows about long-term consequences? Oh, well, we don't do that in our, you guys know that. We don't do that in our healthcare system. When we test things, we only do, you guys know how it works. It's like 4-day, 7-day. We call it a day. We don't do long-term tests on anything. So, but at least they had good intentions, right? That makes sense. So, what the hell is radiation fog? What do we, so this is just a new thing in our lexicon, is radiation fog, and we just have to pretend it's been here this whole time? Let's hear one more breakdown. What is radiation fog? What the hell is it?
400-mile stretch of radiation fog blankets 13 million Americans. That headline is from MSN. From Wyand News, California in the grips of Delhi-like smog, radiation fog hits 20 counties in Central Valley. From the report, a 640-kilometer area in California is under the cover of a thick fog that can create respiratory problems and also cause asthma. Nearly 13 million people are under travel warnings, with officials issuing air quality alerts as the dense low-lying fog can prove hazardous. The report then states, quote, breathing in these particles that remain suspended in the radiation fog can cause health issues. No, not can, not could, not may, or might cause health issues. The toxic fog does cause health issues. The particle...
Yeah, that's the thing. It does. And I think that, you know, as far as us being kind of mocked and laughed at, this isn't the first time we see this kind of behavior. When people come on TV and they have that little talk down, it's not doing anything. You guys, you're fine. Stop freaking out. Don't go on social media. We're telling you, there's nothing to see here. And we've always had this thing. I just don't know who was in the room when they came up with this term, radiation fog. Who coined this term? Was this their way of saying, let's connect in a more manipulative way with people that doubt us? Let's give them a term that sounds suspicious. Was that the logic, or did they not know the difference between a term that sounded like, oh, it's always been around forever, and something like radiation fog, which again, they told us this is what's happening here. So obviously, you know, we're living through this right now. We're not trying to have like panic attacks about it. We're just pointing out the way in which media conducts themselves. And when we see something that concerns us and we have people reporting health issues from it, shouldn't we take a lesson by now that we should maybe try taking those people seriously, especially when there's an excess amount of them, and not laugh at them and giggle about it, because that's not going to get us anywhere. But anyways, yeah, let's stay curious about this one. And it's still happening right now. By the way, guys, this is still happening right now. We're in the middle of this right now. So we'll see what happens. We'll try to stay indoors as much as possible. Or maybe we'll just take a playbook from a play out of the Fauci book, and we'll just wear a mask, wear 3 masks, and stay 6 feet from each other until further notice. But yeah, we have to make our own rules, and we have to make our own way through this. No one else will. Okay. Let's get on to the number 2 story of top censored news this week. Coming in at number 2, Julian Assange files criminal complaint against Nobel Foundation over their instrument of war, which is the Nobel Peace Prize. What do you mean, Matt? What is this instrument of war you're talking about? It's the Nobel Peace Prize that the foundation gives out is an instrument of war, or this is what Julian Assange is claiming? Now, that's weird. Well, actually, it kind of lines up. Well, let's see what happened here. So, DD Geopolitics tweets out the headline that Assange has filed this criminal complaint against the foundation. So, and you guys know, Julian Assange, WikiLeaks owner, who they jailed for the crime of journalism for 5 years. He filed this criminal complaint under Swedish law against the foundation and 30 of his officials, alleging that awarding the Nobel Peace Prize to Maria Corina Machado, we like to call her Maria Coronavirus Machado, constitutes misappropriation of the prize and facilitation of war crimes, which would make sense because this person, as you guys know, all she has done since receiving the prize or leading into getting the prize and beyond is push for war in Latin America, push for war in Venezuela at all costs. That's what she does. So this complaint seems very justified, but nobody's covering it. No one's covering it except for DD Geopolitics, which we appreciate. Here are the key points. Complaint names the foundation, the chair, and the executive director. He argues the award violates the explicit will of Alfred Nobel. He seeks a freeze of $1.18 million in pending prize funds and the return of the medal. Well done on that one, Assange. We love that. Give that medal back. Not that it's going to happen, but it's just nice that it's been filed. He also claims that Maria Coronavirus Machado's public advocacy for U.S. intervention in Venezuela is disqualifying under Nobel's peace criteria. He's citing that the U.S. military buildup of more than 15,000 troops, the alleged resource concessions totaling 1.7 trillion. So the request he's now requesting in this complaint a formal investigation, asset freezes, and potential ICC referral. Potential? Shouldn't it just be an ICC referral? Okay, well, it's potential. That's at least something. He argues that the prize is being used as a political instrument to legitimize war, not peace. But here's the thing, Assange, you know better than anyone. There he is. There's the man himself, the hero himself. You know better than anyone, Julian. You know that we've been using this, elevating war propaganda through that peace prize for years. And we can give massively amount of examples, not every time, but if one just sticks out the top of my head, I would say Barack Hussein Obama receiving this exact prize on his way into office before stepping into the presidency. And he spent 8 years doing what? We know what he did. He turned 2 foreign illegal wars into 5. He conducted drone strikes on American citizens, admittedly so. We had to kill a few folks. We droned a few folks. And what else did he do? He pushed the Homeland Security surveillance state from the Patriot Act that his predecessor Bush and Cheney had implemented. He pushed it into a whole nother gear and stuck it on the American people. All of these are constituting as war crimes to somebody who received this medal previously. So again, it's not the first time. What's going to happen from this? Probably not much. And don't think that Assange is sitting there holding his breath thinking that something's going to happen. A lot of times filing these cases is just about getting it on record, having a documentation that this has happened, which can be good, which is good. But meanwhile, I will say this, not every single award winner of the Nobel Peace Prize is a war psychopath monger asshole like coronavirus Machado is, or Barack Hussein Obama is. Every once in a while, they give it to somebody who's actually worthy of it. But look how they treat those people. Wall Street Journal reports that Iranian Nobel Peace Prize winner Laurette Narzaz Mohammadi, a prominent human rights advocate, was arrested at a public event on Friday, according to her foundation. I wonder if she was, maybe at an event that was considered anti-something, I don't know, anti-genocide, perhaps that's it. Who knows? But that's how they treat people who are actually worthy of the award, just to be clear. Okay. Let's look at, actually, let me see here. We might have a little issue here. Oh, looks like we have a little issue with our stream on Facebook. That's funny. I wonder if they flagged us. I wonder if Meta flagged us today. That's interesting. Well, we don't care for Facebook much anyways. We're just having fun over there. Not a big deal. Wow. Yeah, it looks like they cut off the stream. That is insane. They just ended it. Holy crap. They did. They ended our stream on Facebook. Half hour into the show. Wow. Okay. Well, rest of you guys are here. Obviously, we don't care too much about that. We were just messing around, but look what happens. And oh, by the way, the Meta thing kicked in 2 days ago. You guys knew that one, right? The Meta, if you didn't opt out, if you didn't find out how to opt out, now they have all your privacy, everything you've done on Meta, whether it's private messages, private videos, private calls. If you talked on Messenger, they have all of it now. It's all theirs. It belongs to them, and they're using it for AI purposes. Your personal exchanges are now property of Mark Zuckerberg. And we covered that on a previous Top Censored News, and it's happened. And I wonder if that has anything today to do with today's dump that they just did. They literally just cut our stream on Facebook. Whatever. Moving on. We don't give a crap. Let's move on. It's time for that number one story, guys. Number one story, Top Censored News of the year. Here we go, guys. You know this one was coming. Here it is. Brown University shooting investigation looks like might be an FBI cover-up. Might be. We don't know for sure, but it might be. Let's look at what happened here. So, first of all, the investigation started apparently right after the incident, which was on Sunday. This was 4 days ago, which were two students at Brown University, and this was in Rhode Island. Brown University, it's like an elitist, upscale college. You know, they do all the stuff, the DEI stuff, and all the, check all the boxes to get in. 2 dead, 9 injured. That was on Sunday, and they say this campus is the most highly surveillance campus, one of the highest surveillance campus in the entire country. So I'm sure the FBI was able to get to the bottom of this right away, right? Not so much. Here's their first attempt at trying to calm down the angry reporters who are asking, where the hell is the video of the actual thing? Because you have cameras in every part of the freaking building.
The most common question I've gotten for the last 24 hours, it revolves around the fact that Brown University is the most camera-ridden, most conscious piece of real estate in Rhode Island, and yet there seems to be little or no video evidence outside of that clip. Respecting the investigation, is there a lot more video that we're just not able to see yet because of the ongoing investigation, or is there simply no video?
So what we shared with you the other day is what we have that we could share, and then we'll continue to, again, we're continuing to collect evidence. As we speak, we have detectives out there trying to continue to find. So I don't want to tell you that there's no more video because we might find something within the next few minutes. So yes, it's possible, but what we gave you the other day is what we have. Go ahead.
Colonel, if you wouldn't mind.
That's it. Nothing to see here, folks. Nothing to see here. Okay. Well, then what's next then? What is the next job of the FBI here if they can't they seem to not have access to anything. They seem to be, I mean, they're looks like they're playing dumb, but let's assume they're just incompetent. They don't know what's going on. Well, what's going to be the next thing? Will they have, do they have anyone, a person in interest, any sort of thing? Well, yeah, there's a little something here. Let's see. So as of just a few days ago, you got the shooting. So this shot here, this is the person they have that they need information from. They had another person of interest in captivity, and then they had to release them because that person was not anybody of use. This is the one they're looking for now. So what's happening is they're hunting for this guy, the one you just saw. He's the perpetrator in the deadly mass shooting. They think this enhanced photo would be enough to, oh no, here we go, ask the public to pay attention. So they need, wait, so I'm sorry, are they asking the public for help? To help identify the person? So they need the community to participate. Where did we hear this one before? Oh, right, Charlie Kirk, right? We need your help. Cash Patel needs your help. We got to find Tyler Robinson. We have all these, we don't know, we just can't find the guy, but this is the dude. Can you please help us? We know what that's about. That's about presenting a narrative to the public that we're all in this together and we're all working together to get the evil perpetrators. That's what this is about. So as I said earlier, a person was detained originally. They had to let him go because he had nothing really to do with this at all. So they're now back to square one. And then this is what had happened. They canceled the classes. The campus is remaining on edge. They're just on, the whole campus there is on standby. You can imagine these like kind of elitist rich kids over on Rhode Island, right? They have no idea what's going on. And they're just kind of in this limbo state. And of course, CNN has to point out the 75 school shootings. I wonder if they can break us down how many of those are legit school shootings and how many of them were FBI or CIA or Mossad inside jobs or infiltrations of any sort. Who knows? I'm sure they have those statistics. They just don't want to share it with us on this particular article. I'm sure we could find it through CNN, trusted news source. Now this is interesting. CNN says they're talking to this this former FBI agent who says, if I were in the FBI and we were asking people to say, do you recognize this? Do you recognize anything in this picture? He's saying, oh, that means you're in trouble. That means you got nothing. You only ask for the public's help when you're stuck, and the more general the information you give them, the less specific information you actually have. That sounds like a fair assessment by an ex-retired FBI agent. Something to look at. So the question here then is, what is CNN and the other mainstream media telling us about this story? They're kind of presenting that the FBI is incompetent. And I think that is really the angle they're taking, with no interest in going down the path of the possibility that the FBI might be doing this on purpose. Well, let's look just a little closer at this one. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. We have an angry reporter. After all this has gone down, they had to let a guy go, and now you can't find this dude. Yeah, they're the local reporters are getting pretty angry. And I'm surprised the FBI is taking questions 4 days later from the people that still haven't gotten any answers from this.
Building the ground put off because the sanctuary city law that we have, you don't want to record illegal immigrants, and you don't want to provide the footage to the FBI or immigration authority. One camera and that building, it come out from your detectives. They are friends of mine. They're angry at this investigation that these people in Brown University put the camera off. They can identify that person. You imagine how the family want to go through? Tell the truth to the.
So he's asking about, why are you taking cameras away? We know you took a camera down. We haven't seen the footage. Wow, this sounds so much like Charlie Kirk. It's so crazy. You did all this. You're not showing us anything. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Why are you protecting these people? What's going on here?
We heard from both the Brown police chief and the provost at Brown, who have shared that they have been fully cooperative and been forthcoming with all data and evidence that they have. the City of Providence's experience is the same, which is that Brown has been entirely cooperative and collaborative and fully sharing with us.
Brown has been entirely cooperative. That sounds like they're working with suspects or witnesses. Cooperative. Oh, they're being cooperative. Oh, how are they doing that? Shouldn't that just be an obvious like non-issue that everybody should be working together on something like this? It's so bizarre that it's like this. It's this little like dance they have to do about are we? Oh, they're kind of working with us. Well, okay. So while Brown apparently is working with you guys and being cooperative, what are you doing in the meantime? How are you going about finding the perpetrator? Oh, I guess they went out and just started looking on their own. Here we go. There we are. Look at that.
You can see that they're kicking the snow out of the way, methodically looking step by step, looking to see if there's anything in the snow at all that can help point them in the right direction in this investigation. And if you look over across the street, Seth, for those of us just show, let me see it right over here. There's that team as well. They're doing the exact same thing across the street.
Wow, that is hilarious. Come on, let's see that. Let's see that again. What is this? What is this? This is Kash Patel's agents that he's in charge of. And what they're doing is they're looking for evidence for the shooting, but they have no metal detectors. There's no dogs. They're just aimlessly just kind of kicking snow around. And that's they know they're being filmed too. That's the other thing. Let's hope they find some genie in a bottle that'll tell them what's going on. Let's look at a friend of the show, James Lee. He's going to break down why this is so problematic and why Kash Patel should be looked at right now as somebody that probably should be fired at this point. I mean, really, like he's not fired yet after all of this.
See them that they're kicking the snow out of the way, methodically looking step by step, looking to see if there's anything in the snow at all that can help point them in the right direction in this investigation.
What is happening here? Is this some sort of advanced forensic investigative technique that I'm not familiar with here? Like, if you are law enforcement or have law enforcement experience, please feel free to chime in if I am out of line here. Because the only thing that we've gotten from the FBI after 4 days of snowshoeing are a few blurry videos of some guy walking around. But FBI Director Kash Patel, as a shooter is running loose somewhere in America, has the time apparently to sit down with his girlfriend and do an interview with Stephen Miller's wife, who I'm sure is going to be asking some very poignant questions.
So what's the ideal date night?
Staying in.
Yeah, I was gonna say at this point, probably like doing nothing.
Sitting on the couch, watching whatever, sleeping.
The other question is, and I'm sure you get this a lot, where's her ring?
We are not a serious country.
Well said, James. We are seriously not a serious country at all. This is what a joke is this? And there's still that camp, that camp that's hanging on to Trump, the pro-Israel camp that thinks Kash Patel's doing everything he can. They think this is like the little CBS crowd, the Barry Weiss crowd that are tuning into that shitty interview he just showed you little clips of, discussing what you're sitting down with your I guess, are we allowed to say it? Honeypot girlfriend across from Stephen Miller's wife. One of the most psychopathic people in the current administration, Stephen Miller. Total psychopathic, warmongering a-hole. That's his wife. And what are they doing? They're sitting down and they're talking about long-distance relationships and whether he's going to put a ring on it. As all, not just this Brown University case, but the Charlie Kirk case, the big one, the elephant in the room, which we'll never, ever get, the Jeffrey Epstein case. How many of these have to be botched before we realize that they're not actually being botched they're being protected. He's protecting people that put him there. And that's why he was selected for this job. So what's ever going on at Brown University, whatever is going on with Charlie Kirk and who really killed him, and what's really going on with the Epstein files, it all heads back to the same place. There are people in power that are selected to be there to protect the people above them and then make up theater for the rest of us. That's what we're having. So on all those levels, and we're never going to get answers. I don't think the answer is going to come out here at Brown. We're not going to go down the rabbit hole of who are they trying to protect in this case. We don't know. We don't know. But we have to remain skeptical right now. If you want a tirade on who they're protecting, go watch an Alex Jones piece. He did a whole thing on this of who he thinks, but he's just driving in his, the whole driving in your car and just talking shit while you drive. And I guess that's considered news too or something. I don't know. So go check that out. But we're at the point where we're just seeing the same pattern over and over and over again. And we're kind of fed up with it. And that's why we have to keep doing segments like these every week. Top censored news of the week. Okay. That is it right now for that segment. And I think we're ready for our next one. And I just got to give a shout out to Do Dissidents. Rumble rated us during the top censored news. And I didn't point it out earlier. So thank for you guys for being here. And if you're still hanging around, it's your first time here checking out the Homeless Left, go ahead and hit the like, the subscribe, and you'll get notified when we go live. And we appreciate all of you guys from Do Dissidents. They're our boys. We love the work they do. And shout out to the mods who brought them over here. And I'm thinking it's our boy Bonzo Bain. So I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's move on. Let's do some Venezuela. Yeah, we got some Venezuela to do. This is the big one. Okay. Just setting this up right now. This is not yeah, we're gonna walk you guys through this. And I think we're gonna call this one a World War III watch segment. Because we really thought that last night was it. It was officially gonna be called. Yeah, but we probably already in it, and this is why we do the segment World War III watch, because it's not. I don't think World War III is going to be announced. Like we're going to wake up and be like, we're officially in World War III. It's going to be a retroactive announcement. That we were already in it the whole time. That's kind of how it looks like it's going to happen. Okay, I think we're ready for this segment. Let's go ahead. And actually, one more thing I got to set. Okay. Just so we know this is all good. We're all good to go. Yeah. And if you were watching us on Facebook, too bad you're gonna have to find us on Rumble now. So sorry about that, guys. We can't do nothing about it. That's go talk to Zuckerberg. But in the meantime, let's do this. Okay, I think we got it. Running all the tech myself here, guys. We just see if we can get Cheese Slice here for an episode or two. That'd be cool. He's pretty good on the as Craig Pasta says, the ones and twos, on the ones and twos. So okay, here we go. World War III watch, guys. It's World War III watch. Let's just face it. It's already started. Venezuela, we've been on the verge of full-out war. As we know, over these last several months, Trump has moved closer and closer, crossing that line of legal and illegal. There's this thin line that he seems to be able to cross this entire way until what? Until he gives this official announcement that we're all out in war. How did we get here? What is going on right now? What's going on is tweets like this is going on. And this one is the one that got a lot of people's attention. And we need to look at this. And of course, when I say tweet, he puts this out on Truth Social, and then we see it on Twitter because we don't go on Truth Social. Okay, here we are, Trump. What's going on, Trump? Tell us. Venezuela is completely surrounded by the largest armada ever assembled. in the history of South America. So even as he's setting up to attack, he's saying it's the greatest, it's going to be the greatest attack ever. That's his style. He loves doing that. It'll only get bigger. And a shock to them will be like nothing they've ever seen before. So this is what we call a direct threat of war right here. There's nothing, you can't get any clearer of a threat to war until such time as they return to the United States of America all the oil. So this is the next chapter of how do we spin this to make it work for the American people to have their consent for this, because none of the other things worked, right? The fentanyl thing didn't work, although they're still pushing that. We'll get to that in a sec. The dictator, that thing hasn't really worked. Oh, the election was rigged, so we need to go murder everyone. Then we start talking about the oil, and that didn't really work because it looked like we were stealing it. So they're and then we started talking. They started the spin about Iran and Russia. And we have to, by fighting Maduro and stopping Maduro, we're actually stopping Russia and China. So that's a lot. That's just a lot. People are overwhelmed with this. Now Trump is trying to rewrite history and say the oil that we want to steal actually is ours to begin with. So this is what he's telling everyone. And there's people believing this, that Venezuela has oil, land, and other assets that they stole from us. Okay. So, and here we go with the illegitimate Maduro regime is using oil from stolen oil fields to finance themselves. So he's talking about, and this is the whole playbook: drug terrorism, human trafficking, murder, and kidnapping, which we know we deal with a lot of countries. But why this one? Why Venezuela? Why are we stuck on this one? What is the reason? Well, he's going all in. He's calling Venezuela regime of Maduro a designated foreign terrorist organization. So he says, therefore, today, a total and complete blockade of all sanctioned oil is what he is ordering, which means that is a declaration of war. Now, you can say, well, not exactly, because it's just a command, it's an order. Well, no. If you put a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers, that is a offensive attack on an area and property that's not yours. That's not just on a tweet. He's actually putting the blockade up. That is an act of war. Okay. So, and then he goes on talking about illegal aliens and criminals sent to the United States. By the way, all of that was done with the CIA. Everybody that was sent, you guys remember the 199 Venezuelan with the gang members that were placed here. That was through our own CIA. That's what happened. Maduro has told it. We've seen the breakdown of how this happened. He was forced to do that. They said, we're taking these people, we're putting them into the States. We did that, just to be clear. Okay. So, blah, blah, blah. America will not allow criminals, terrorists, blah, 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 other countries to rob, threaten, harm our nation. Wait a second. So is Venezuela robbing or threatening or harming us? Are they invading our streets right now? Are they stealing stuff? I must have missed that, but that's what he's saying. So they're no longer going to be attacking us. Okay. So we will not allow a hostile regime to take our oil, land, and any other assets, all of which must be returned to the United States. Returned. So this is the language he's going with now. It's they stole it from us first. Well, obviously, there's some people that will fall for that, but there's some people that will not. This is him doubling down when asked about it.
Blockade. Not going to let anybody going through that shouldn't be going through. You remember they took all of our energy rights. They took all of our oil from not that long ago, and we want it back. But they took it. They illegally took it.
They illegally took our oil. That's their oil on their land. They illegally took it from us. No, what happened was Maduro and Chavez before him, Chavez did work with a few American oil companies, and then decided that he didn't like the condition of those arrangements because you know how we do business. He decided to say, no, we're not going to work with you anymore. We're going to do it ourselves. but he did leave and Maduro had there is a U.S. contract. It's Chevron. They actually still have a contract with Chevron, which is so bizarre because Trump won't tell you that part, that company Chevron gets to continue to do their business and not be subjugated to this blockade at all. So that part is left out. So why are we not okay with just the one contract? Because we want it all. That's why we want it all. That's it. So how are people responding to this? That part's important. Let's look at hold on, let me grab this. Okay. So let's hear Maduro's response, because this is really important. This is what the people of Latin America are all listening to this, and they're understanding the game that's going on here. You don't have to just tune into the Homeless Left to understand what's really happening here. Well, Maduro's going to tell us right here. When the United States government says it belongs to them, and that we Venezuelans stole the oil, meaning that Venezuela oil belongs to them, that Venezuela minerals, gold, and all the minerals belong to them. Yeah, it's not just the oil, it's the minerals and gold too. And something that we've never heard before, that Venezuela's lands now belong to them, and we have to return them immediately? Wow. Wow. It is simply a warmongering and colonialist claim. And we have said it enough. And now everyone sees the truth. The truth has been revealed because we're saying it out loud. In Venezuela, they aim for the regime change to impose a puppet government that wouldn't even last 47 hours. Wow, good for you, Maduro. One that would hand over the Constitution and all of our wealth, turning Venezuela into a colony. Simply put, that is never, ever going to happen. Venezuela will never, ever be a colony of anything or anyone. And they applaud. And he's basically saying, bring it on. Bring it on. And so to add fuel to the fire, he made sure to cover his bases as well. Trump covers his bases by telling us about, that whole fentanyl thing that we tried. We tried telling you guys, we thought that would be enough, that the fentanyl, that Venezuela produces fentanyl and it's killing Americans. That was a lie. Venezuela doesn't produce any fentanyl. He still pushed this through the White House, designating fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And then we have it. We have the word. This is the term we've been talking about this whole time. Weapon of mass destruction. You knew you couldn't say they had nuclear weapons. That was an impossibility. But you designate a term like fentanyl, a drug that's not there. How familiar is this? This is exactly the blueprint for Iraq. Exactly. You create a weapon of mass destruction that is not there, that you never have to prove is there. All you have to do is say it's there, and then you get to justify your offensive attack, because we have to stop the weapons of mass destruction. So he's doing it all. He's doing Iraq times 1,000. Some say this is Vietnam 2.0. You could say at this point this is Vietnam 2.0. It's Iraq 2.0, and it looks like it's a little Libya 2.0 as well. And a little, I would say it's also a little Ukraine because of all of the contractors getting ready to seize this land, because he's talking about taking the land too. And Glenn Greenwald points this out. The Trump movement spent 8 years, and this is the most frustrating part, because we saw how Trump began in 2015 and where he is now. It's quite bizarre, to say the least. The Trump movement spent 8 years arguing that neoconservatism was an evil that had to be purged from the GOP, pointing to Iraq in its apex. And he did that famously on the Republican National Committee stage during the debates of 2015. He pointed that out. He stuck it right to Jeb Bush, said, your father and your brother did this, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And we're never going to make a mockery of the United States of America again. He did that. Now, Trump is about to start a regime change war by calling fentanyl a WMD that obviously they don't have, and Maduro a terrorist, and all the other stuff. And now claiming that we need to steal our oil back because they stole it first, even though their oil is on their freaking land. Their land is their land. Their oil is their oil. And yet some people are actually going to buy this garbage that we need to take back what is ours. And that's the game that's being played now. So what happened next? Yesterday, now we get to the scary stuff. Well, this is basically the scary stuff right here. But what happened next was yesterday, Tucker Carlson revealed that there was some insiders in Congress that had told him that last night, 9:00 Eastern, that there was a very good chance that Trump was going to officially declare war on Venezuela, and that he had planned this moment to do so on live television. Here's Tucker telling us this, and it's not by certainty, but he's saying this could be a thing.
Trump going to start a war in Venezuela?
I don't know. I don't know when this program airs. The one that we're on right now. This thing's maybe live.
We're live now. And
that's funny. Tucker, we're live. It's a live show. That's funny. There's a lot of the podcasters don't do live shows. Judge Knapp does a live show for sure.
And then it'll be posted immediately. So
now, my sense is, I don't know the answer. I've certainly been on the phone a lot about it. I have no power. I'm a podcaster, but I'm very interested. And so here's what I know so far, which is that members of Congress were briefed yesterday that a war is coming, and it'll be announced in the address to the nation tonight at 9:00 by the president. Who knows, by the way, if that will actually happen? I don't know. And I never want to overstate what I know, which is pretty limited in general. But a member of Congress told me that this morning.
Wow. A member of Congress told me that this morning. So obviously people took this seriously. And so what happened was the Congress then called an emergency. They didn't say emergency, but it was pretty much an emergency voting on what they called the War Powers Resolution. And they were able to schedule it just 3 hours before the speech. And this is where they all have to basically decide, are you voting to stop this intent that Trump seems to have of declaring war on Venezuela, or are you for it? And here's what ended up happening. It was very frustratingly so. Congress basically voted to allow Trump to declare war, and this was the final results of the vote, which again happened 3 hours beforehand. It looks like basically all the Democrats except one wanted to stop this. Republicans all went with Trump except for 3 people. 9 people didn't even vote at all. So this is, and I just want to tell you guys, we're going to look at the 3 Republicans that stood up to Trump. But I just want to tell you, when you look at this, these votes aren't close accidentally. They're close on purpose. And the Democrats know this, and that's why they vote yes, because they know that it looks good to their constituents. But they all have calculators in their phones, and they know how math works, and they know that the Republicans are going to win this. And they do the math. One Democrat went nay, but for the most part, the 208 of them got to pretend that they were against taking out Maduro, even though everyone in Congress at one point in the last 8, 10, 12 years, Maduro came into power in 2013. He's been reelected in legitimate elections each time. Both Republicans and Democrats have denounced him as the actual president. Just to be clear, both of the sides have done it. But so when I look at these numbers, the 3 that actually matter are the 3 Republicans that said yes. They matter because they're saying it against their side, their president. And these are the 3 that you need to know that did this. And I'm sure you could have guessed these 2 right away. You recognize Thomas Massie You recognize Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's still in office until she's bowing out in end of January, but she's there now, and she's there to vote no on war right now. And then we have this guy, his name is Don Bacon, who was also the third one to do this. So this is good that this happened. This is good. And it's also good that we get speeches from the Dems that sound like they're back to anti-war, except it's Venezuela. So they wouldn't say these things about Ukraine. They would say, no, more money to Ukraine. We got to stop Putin, all this stuff. But for this particular issue, it is nice to hear them at least say the thing they need to say, that this is not okay to do this. But it's the speech I want to focus on. And again, this didn't happen. They voted against it. But I think that Massey's speech is really important because this kind of sums up everything about the state of our war machine and where we're going from here. And I think that people should pay attention to Thomas Massie again. And this is one of the people that Trump has targeted in his own party that he wants to get rid of. And he's the only one that's still kind of hanging on. As I said, Marjorie Taylor Greene is on her way out. She can't take the pressure anymore. She says, I want out. But this might be the only voice of reason that we have left that isn't just playing party politics. In fact, he's going against.
Ducky's recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, James Madison warned us that in no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war and peace to the legislature and not the executive. Madison called it the crown jewel of Congress. The framers understood a simple truth. To the extent that war-making power devolves to one person, liberty dissolves. If the president believes military action against Venezuela is justified and needed, he should make the case and Congress should vote before American lives and treasure are spent on regime change in South America. Let's be honest about likely outcomes. Do we truly believe that Nicolas Maduro will be replaced by a modern-day George Washington? How did that work out? In Cuba, Libya, Iraq, or Syria, previous presidents told us to go to war over WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, that did not exist. Now it's the same playbook, except we're told that drugs are the WMDs. If it were about drugs, we'd bomb Mexico or China or Colombia, and the president would not have pardoned Juan Orlando Hernandez. This is about oil and regime change. And when it comes to regime change, we've already been down this road with Venezuela with nothing to show for it. In 2019, we recognized Juan Guaido. We seized their embassy here in D.C. We were told that regime change was imminent. Years later, Maduro.
You know what? It would be interesting if he called out the Democrats too and said, "You did it too. You all did it." So again, this is, and I know Trump was at the end of his first term then when that was happening, but they all. That's the only applause Trump got, by the way, in his first what do you call it, the first State of the Union he did in 2017 or it was 2018 because he had to do a full calendar year of his first term. So January 2018. He's getting a standing ovation. You guys we don't even remember this because all we remember is Nancy Pelosi ripping up, the speech. And that was just the big theatrical moment. And all the Democrats went, "Oh, you stick it to him." Everyone in that room said, "We denounce Maduro and we're going with Juan Guaido." So that's what he's talking about. That happened in 2019. And then his previous reference was also important is Trump just now pardoning a drug smuggler from the Honduras so we could go and rig that election with a right-wing dictatorship that we want to instill. And that's why he let him off, an actual drug dealer, narco guy who we were assisting with his narco trafficking until he got too big. And then we put him in jail. And then Trump took him out. At the same time, he's saying Maduro is a drug cartel terrorist. So Massey's pointing all this out, and it's also good that he's talking about our past, the other times we've been tricked as a country, right? One after the next: Iraq, Libya, Cuba. So this is good, and I wish he could actually call out more than just specifically Trump, which he's doing here, which is good. But it's the whole apparatus it needs to be called out because we do this. We do the same pattern over and over and over again.
Remains in power. Today, we're told to place our hopes in other exiled figures. Edmundo Gonzalez and Maria Corina Machado. I wish them well, I do.
We don't wish Maria Coronavirus Machado well at all, but that's just here. But I get it. I get his sentiment.
But Congress should not express moral sympathy in the form of a blank check for military escalation and American lives. And let's take a moment to acknowledge the contradiction at the heart of this policy. This administration tells us that the Maduro regime is made up of narco-terrorists, and by escalating toward war, we would predictably create countless refugees.
That's the other thing. And you know what? I shout out again to Thomas Massie for connecting all the dots, because that's what we do. We create refugees when we annihilate other countries and we destroy their infrastructure and we destroy their economy. When we put sanctions on everything. You know, this is important that he's saying this now, because I remember 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, Craig Pasta, you guys know Craig Pasta, went and talked with Thomas Massie and brought this one up. And Thomas Massie didn't really want to talk about that part. We were talking about border security. That was the part that was, well, we still have an immigrant problem. We still have to deal with this. Well, sure, but we're creating the refugees that are coming here. That's important. So it's really good he's saying that part on the floor here. Really good. He's connecting all the dots here.
At the same time, this administration has moved to end temporary protected status for hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans and deports them back to the very regime it condemns. So which is it?
No, he's deporting them to El Salvador super prison. That's what he's. So they don't actually make it back. So I just wanted to correct you there, Thomas. That they're not. No, they're going to El Salvador super prison, and they're getting it's a legalized, government sanctioned human trafficking. Cha-ching. That's what that is. But go on.
Are we prepared to receive swarms of the 25 million Venezuelans who will likely become refugees and billions in American treasure that will be used to destroy and inevitably rebuild that nation?
No, we're not prepared for that. And we don't know these numbers, and we don't know what you guys need to know. And we know this because we were in Venezuela 10 years ago when we started making our film. As you guys know, it's on Amazon right now called Tupamato, Urban Guerrillas. Go check it out on Prime. At that point, even just 10 years ago, what the sanctions and the chaos we caused with American imperialism and what we did to that economy to try and topple Chavez before Maduro came in. And then we started putting these coups out, these failed coups on both of them. We've been doing it for years, failing at all times. We created, in 2015, we already had created 4 million refugees from Venezuela. When I went to check up on those numbers from then till now, it's another 6 million. So we were already at, right now, at least 10 million refugees we've created as of now, just from Venezuela. We've done that, 10 million. So what he's saying is, imagine how high up that number will be from there. So our starting point is 10 million now. After this insane ass land grab, which is what it is. It's an oil grab, land grab, everything grab. After all the grabbing is done, it's imagine the millions and millions more than the 10 that we're at now. And that's what he's saying people need to think about, because no one talks about that part of the equation, the refugee problem.
Do we want a miniature Afghanistan in the Western Hemisphere? If that cost is acceptable to this Congress, then we should vote on it as a voice of the people and in accordance with our Constitution. And yet today, here we aren't even voting on whether to declare war or authorize the use of military force. All we're voting on is a war powers resolution that strengthens the fabric of our republic by reasserting the plain and simple language in the Constitution that Congress must decide questions of war. I urge support for this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman, time had expired.
The time certainly has expired, and you guys saw the final count. Unfortunately, this is what happened. We got these numbers in pretty quickly, and then we all said, uh-oh, it's time for the big speech. And just right on time, we've never actually seen Trump on time. At 9 o'clock Eastern, he went live, and he knew he was being broadcast on every network and every podcast as well, and every Rumble channel, every YouTube channel. We were ready to hear the announcement of it's official, it's war. And then he did the ultimate Trump move, which was a total bait and switch. That's what he did. here's how that looked. Here's a look. I'm not, the thing actually ended up being only 18 minutes. That was all 18 minutes. And in that 18 minutes, which started on time, so we're not even 20 minutes past the hour and the thing's over. And all he did, it was for 18 straight minutes. He did a narcissistic rambling that basically looked like it could have been an SNL sketch, an SNL monologue, opening monologue with Alec Baldwin, but he was doing a caricature of himself. And it was just loaded with the same old Trumpisms, the biggest and bests, and never been anything like it. And the whole thing was a setup. And Tucker Carlson might have been set up in this to tell us that this was going to be happening. And then look what ended up happening. So here's just a little clip just so you guys can see this is all it was.
I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East and security.
What? Peace to the Middle East? 3,000 years? What the hell are you talking about? But this is what he got to do. He got to brag over just saying just outlandish claims. Said that he took on. He even did a little Bernie in there. He threw a little Bernie in. Said I took on big pharma. I stuck it to the shareholders, and I lowered costs. So he just rambled for 18 minutes. Greatest ever. No one's ever seen anything like it. And that's it. That's all he did.
Secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our.
So he just goes on and on. That was it. That's all he did. So obviously Trump fans they're ecstatic. They're like, oh, he got everybody to tune in just so he can show you what he's been doing, all the amazing stuff he's been doing. But the reality is this whole theater piece of pretending he was going to announce this war. By the way, just to be clear, the declaration of war is already official when you implement this barricade on the sanctioned oil. It's already been declared, just to be clear. So the theatrical moment of we're doing this, he skipped that. Instead, he used the opportunity. Everybody was paying attention, and he just gave his over exaggerated what he always does, greatest best of all time, list everything, and kept what was ever left of his base on board and said, that's what you call the art of the deal. Oh, right. Stick it to them, Trump. And then what do we have as a result? We still have this declaration of war with Venezuela that's actually happening. We have a Congress which exposed itself that they only are fighting to the point enough where it's not going to make a difference. And they're not even going to pass a resolution bill 3 hours before this speech. They can't even get it passed because guess what? They all want it done. They all want the oil. They all want the land. They've always wanted this stuff. This is not an independent, unique element of Trump, but he sure does have a unique way of the braggadocious, over-the-top celebration of the things that we've been doing this whole time as a country. This is just the first time we're living through a presidency of somebody who tells us the quiet part out loud. That's the only difference. But make no mistake, we've wanted Venezuela this entire way, well before Maduro even got into office. And I don't think we're going to stop till we get it. And this is not going to end. It's not going to end well. But we'll end this segment with this. Venezuela is not going to quit. That's not going to happen. This is, just to be clear, here's what they're saying right now. That this is the actual defense minister in Venezuela. And he's going to tell you what's happening right now. And people are listening. We are rising and rebelling against the hostile, disgraceful actions of American imperialism that seeks to subjugate us, as I have already said, based on lies. This is a sneaky behavior, the historical behavior, you see, of American imperialism. It didn't just start now. Based on lies, they attacked Yugoslavia. Now, that's a good one. That's a good reference. You guys know, which is now Serbia. We did this. That was Clinton. So let's be clear, guys. Any of you, all you Trump derangement syndrome people out there, understand this has always been our way, the entire way. Clinton bombed the crap out of Yugoslavia, obviously based on lies. You had Bush and Cheney invading Iraq based on lies. You have the attack of Libya. That was Obama, and that was Hillary Clinton high-fiving with Condoleezza Rice that we murdered Gaddafi, all based on lies, capture land, capture oil, stop them from having their own currency, and for God's sake, stop them from siding with anyone like Palestine, anyone who's challenging Israel. That's the other element. So anybody who's doing that, if you're guilty of having great resources, of providing your people with those resources, of having your own currency in play, or working on your own currency, if you're guilty of challenging Israel, if you're guilty of these things and having this land and standing up against the American empire, you will be attacked. You'll be made an example of, as Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice told you on Jon Stewart on his Apple show. We make an example of these people that behave this way. And this, of course, Syria as well, which we finally got Assad to leave so we can put an ISIS leader as the acting president, all based on lies. And so on, and so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. What a record of actions by American imperialism. And we'll leave it there. That's it, guys. That's where we're at now. And like we tell you, every time we do this segment, World War III watch, whatever that is, we will, at one point, we will be told we've been in it the whole time, and it's already started. Okay. That's it for that Venezuela story. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on things as they progress from here. And I think it's about time we move on with the show here, guys. And welcome everyone who's just joining us. Thanks for tuning in. Rumble, YouTube. If you guys heard earlier, somebody cut our feed on Facebook. Really crazy. Really crazy. We're going to have to look into that later. I'm not too upset about it. Don't really care. But it did happen. Very weird. They just somebody pulled the plug over there at Meta. They don't like our coverage about Meta, maybe. I don't know, because we've been calling out their bullshit. Okay. I think we're ready to bring in our co-host today. We got a lot more news to get to, and we're going to get to you guys too with some talking back with Nurse Leslie later in the show. But for now, without further ado, let's go ahead and bring in our co-host. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? That didn't take long, man. As soon as we get on Facebook, they just pulled the plug, right, just like that. As soon as we're back on there, I mean, I guess I can't say I'm too surprised. Facebook was one of the first, one of the first organizations censoring during the pandemic. So they're just carrying on a tradition, that they've had going for a while. So that makes sense.
Yeah, and we got a good 32 minutes in, and then they pulled it. So I'll have to check out what happened there. But we just to be clear, we weren't even on our Homeless Left. They still wouldn't even let us do live on Homeless Left. So I was doing it on my personal page. So who knows? They might have just striked me on my personal page now. I could be done for there. Oh well.
That's crazy. I remember as soon as I mentioned Nuremberg Code during the pandemic, and I started talking about how that was broken. When the way the vaccines are rolled out, they pulled the plug on my live stream. It was like as soon as I said the words. So maybe you said a bad word, Matt. So that could have been it. So
oh man. You know what? We do tend to swear sometimes. I try to keep it to like a, once in a while status. I don't know, but
no, when I say bad word, I mean,
I'm sorry. I thought
we started the war with Ukraine or something.
Oh,
like
that's
that.
way worse than swearing.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lot worse than swearing, man. So how dare you? Or maybe you said there's a genocide happening. If you use that word, or apartheid, all those words will get, you pulled real fast. So that's worse than swearing.
It could be those things. Yeah, and that's absolutely worse than swearing as far as the censorship police goes. But maybe it was that we've been referencing that Meta was going to be taking all of our privacy materials. And I think if I look back at the tape, I'm already starting to think that's exactly when I got pulled. We were in the middle of Top Censored News, and I mentioned that Meta, I did something about that Meta was doing this. Well, they did it on December 16th. That was the date that if you didn't opt out, you would have your private data is now owned by Facebook. They're using it for AI purposes.
Oh, wow.
So that's your private messages, your private pictures, your private conversations on Messenger. it all belongs to them now. So
you got to be able to impersonate you, I guess. So, that's what they're building their new. Remember that story we did a few weeks back, where you can keep your loved ones, quote unquote, image alive. So maybe they're collecting data on you to go sell it, like to that company. So,
man, that app. Oh my God, bringing back dead people. Wow. Whew, we are living in a crazy time here, Jay. Crazy time. It's hard to keep up.
Bill of digital rights. That's what we need. We're in the 21st century. We had a Bill of Rights when the country was founded. I think we all need to start talking about a Bill of digital rights that includes, our right to free speech online, our right to know when our information and our data is being accessed and how it's used, and the right to know if we're dealing or looking at something that is made by AI. Dealing with or looking at something to do with AI. So those are just a few items that we need to address with that. So, but I think it's time, man.
You know what? This is a good question. Bonzo Beans who's modding for us on YouTube and on Rumble, but this is a good question. He's asking, he has the power to add censored words. I noticed that. I'm still trying to figure that out. Do we need to do this? If you guys have any suggestions, throw it in the chat. And Bonzo Beans, maybe we could do that if it's going to help us. If there's anything, I don't know if that's, we're not doing it right now, but just something to think about. I don't know. It helps us, and that would be in the written text. Not you and I can say whatever the hell we're going to say, but if you guys if there's certain things that we don't want to be red flagged on, for just to be careful, because we're not restricting ourselves. We're just trying to be smart with our conversations. But you guys, we don't know who's going to come on, so I think that's why that's there. We don't know what's going to come up. And it could red flag the channel. Who knows? But it's a good thing to think about. We'll look at that. Yep. But thank you for that, Bonzo Beans.
Good idea.
Okay. We have a lot to get into here, Jay. We're looking at this relationship between this administration and Israel, and what we're learning through all of the chaos of this last week. I mean, we've had these big, I guess you would say, these shootings, massacres, incidences. We've looked at the one in Australia. It certainly looks like a false flag to us, an opportunity to push more censorship, push more the iron fist of Israel. If you don't listen to us, you're going to end up like Australia. And all this is happening at the same time, Jay. We have Miriam Adelson coming back to this event where Trump gets to do a whole speech about how much he loves her. She's the greatest. All of this is happening, and then she's showing her real power with her money and influence and the things that she's able to get away with, not being elected to any sort of cabinet position, and they're saying this stuff out loud. So all this is important. This is all happening around the same time. So let's walk this through. I think first of all, let's going to start with this. This is Netanyahu making it very clear that we only exist right now, and this is in reaction to the Australia shooting. We only exist because of Israel, because of him, and which means if they can build us up, they can actually take us down too. So there's a lot of threatening going on in his voice. Let's listen to this one.
Mike, that we are fighting today, the battle that the Maccabees fought. They fought for the survival of the Jewish people and the Jewish faith against an enemy that wanted to extinguish us, wipe us out from the face of the earth. We were fighting our battle, but we were also fighting the battle of civilization, because our civilization is based on the Judeo-Christian tradition. And if the Maccabees had failed, there'd be no Judaism, there would be no Judeo-Christian civilization, there would be no Maccabees. There would be no United States. There wouldn't be the civilization of freedom, the respect for our common traditions, our common values. All of that would not happen if it weren't for those 5 brave brothers.
The audacity he has to say that we wouldn't be who we are if it wasn't for him, and to have this type of this attitude that he can go around in a very loud and strong iron fist voice and tell everyone. And we saw that, we covered this on Tuesday, the way he's saying Australia didn't listen. They didn't listen and they paid the price. Are the rest of you going to listen? And none of this actually makes sense because all we were trying to do is look at this case that went down at the Bondi Beach incident, and it looks like it was completely a false flag, and we're not allowed to talk about it because as we're trying to talk about it, they're implementing more censorship and saying if you even bring up the idea that Israel had anything to do with this, you are committing an act of terror just with your words. And that's, I think, what they've been able to accomplish here is connecting the peace movement, the pro-Palestinian movement, connected with your words for Palestine actually means crimes against Jews and hate crimes and violence. And they're equating them as the same thing.
I mean, think about the implications of what he's saying, right? Because it wasn't a Palestinian, that was accused of committing this mass shooting over there, in Australia. It was someone who was of Arab descent. But if you listen to him talk, he's not going on TV and telling the rest of us that he's engaged in the greater Israel project. He makes it seem like it's only about Palestine and securing his position over there. So the guy has no connection to Iran that they've proven. So he's kind of implicating, if you think about it, that he's kind of implicating all Arabs and the entire Middle East, because he's making it seem like just because there is one Arab person who went crazy, according to his story, and decided to shoot up this Jewish wedding, that we got to essentially control the entire region. I mean, that's the implications of what he's saying, because they haven't provided any evidence that Iran is somehow linked to the shooter. In fact, the evidence I've seen, points to, the shooter having some connections with Wahhabism, in Saudi Arabia. So at the end of the day, the implications of what he's saying is kind of making it more known, in my opinion, that the Greater Israel Project is the ultimate goal. So, it's refreshing in a way, because at least he's coming a little bit more clean. But of course, most people aren't going to think about the colonial aspect of it all. They just want it to seem like Israel has to defend itself against everyone in the Middle East, and the rest of us over here in the West are all going to be at risk, if we don't defend Israel the way they're telling us to, if we don't follow their order step by step.
Yeah, exactly. And so not only are they're telling us we're not allowed to have these questions, nothing seems to line up. The fact that you have so many obvious signs, like this guy, I don't know if you saw it, we covered this on Tuesday. This guy happens to be there on the scene, even though he survived October 7th. Then he moves, he comes to Australia 2 weeks before the incident, gets himself in position, takes a selfie, the blood all over his head. He keeps that there. Somebody puts a bandage over his head right before. It's just this weird low-hanging bandage is very loose on his head, as he then goes on to describe exactly why him coming to Australia was to stop Jew violence against Jews. And what do you know? He's in the middle of another violent attack against Jews, which, again, they have this figured out before it even happens. They have the entire thing. And then we placed the paper trail on Google, on the Google search engine. We saw the name of the shooter coming up the day before. So it's the same old thing that we saw with Charlie Kirk is happening here. And again, we're not allowed to be talking about that. And everybody now has to get in line with Netanyahu, get in line with Stop Anti-Semitism. It's telling you, if you don't condemn this and you don't get in line, we're going to come after you next, just for being somebody who's a disruptor and having a problem with this. That's where we are now. And you talk about the actual censorship and what has happened to our media. I want to play this clip right now, because this is what we talked about, CBS being a total Israeli propaganda tool now, with Barry Wise being assigned and everything that goes on CBS. And I'm not just talking about the news hour or a town hall hour. We're talking about every bit of programming, which all goes back to Larry Ellison money, which is Mossad, CIA, Israel money. This is what the morning show on CBS has become. I kid you not. This is what, if you were to turn on CBS, this is what they're telling you
And this connects to a story we're going to talk about later because, while I appreciate a lot of what Candace is saying, don't forget Larry Ellison made his money from Oracle, and they're a direct sponsor of Candace's show. But anyway, go ahead, roll the clip.
Craig Pasta points that out as well. It's a good. We got to keep that in mind. So we'll get to Candace later. But this is what's happening on CBS Morning Show. Oh, you want to get away from the crazy geopolitical news stuff? You just want to have a nice little talk with your friendly hosts? Think again. You're getting propagandized, guys.
Anti-Semitism is a shape-shifting conspiracy theory, and what it shifted into today is this Israel-related Jewish hatred, Israel-related violence, and it is lethal.
Now, when any group is under attack, you're looking for government intervention, of course, and then also civilian allies. So as we stand here right now, what can we do to help Jewish people feel safer?
Thank you so much for actually asking us this.
Thank you so much for asking a really good question as a journalist. That's what can we do to make Jewish people feel safer? That's really the question everyone's thinking right now. Oh, please. Okay, you have an answer for us. Of course, prepared. Here we go.
This question, this is such a beautiful thing and so important. So listen, first of all, strong language against it. The second thing is strong actions against it. And to be honest, one of the most powerful things that anybody can do, any government, any organization, any group, any company, is adopt what's called the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, the International Holocaust Alliance definition of anti-Semitism is a non-binding, non-legal definition, the prism from which to see what anti-Semitism is, because a lot of people don't understand what it is. If you understand what it is as a company, as an organization, as a government, you can actually fight against it. And we need to acknowledge this threat is real, this threat is lethal, it's killing people, and we have to stop it.
And of course, we all know what the definition, we all know what the definition of it is, Matt. It's whatever Israel says it is at any given point in time. So if Israel comes out and says that, hey, if you think we should massacre kids whenever we want to, you're anti-Semitic, that's what anti-Semitism is. And, again, I just want everyone to know Candace's father-in-law is actually part of a coalition of Christians and Jews to promote the Holocaust remembrance. So, I just had to bring that up because all of it ties back to that organization, the IHRA. That's, part of how they're implementing this mass media campaign. So, I'm glad she named the organization right there.
Man, I mean, if we're sitting there at that table, I'd be like, okay, so basically what you're saying is anti-Semitism is whatever the F you tell us it is. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that up. We'll stay tuned so you can tell us if we are anti-Semites or not, because we don't know until you tell us. And that's the power. And that's the power of Larry Ellison. He can tell us a lot of things about the future too. You don't know. Am I going to get cancer? Well, he can tell the future with his mRNA AI technology that Trump signed on to on day 2 of his presidency. So this is the pre-crime. Am I the type of person that's going to commit a crime against Jews? Tell me, please. I don't know. Do I hate Jews? I don't know. Tell me. So you're going to tell us what is and what isn't, and we'll just keep tabs with you so you can tell us if we're being good or not.
You better kiss the wall, Matt. You better go ahead and kiss them all. Get one of those little hats, take a trip to Israel, and make sure you kiss that wall. If you don't want to be labeled an anti-Semite, that is.
That's the only way to do it. So let's circle back to this is the moment, I think. If you haven't been paying attention really carefully to the Australia shooting, if you haven't been really looking at these threats of censorship, these threats of we're going to come after you, that you're in this database, all of the parading around these former news stations that are now completely Israeli propaganda machines. If you haven't been paying attention to that, and you're also been stuck on this, Trump is independently evil, independently doing things we've never seen before. Take a look at this, because I know this is going to get a lot of people upset who hate Trump. Also, a lot of people that are going to get upset that understand what we're saying right now, that this is a much bigger problem. Trump is just the vessel being used, and he's the guy that's going to say the thing out loud that we've always been doing, but maybe we just couldn't hear it before because it was really soft before. Now it's really loud. This is Trump and Miriam Adelson. They're gonna tell you together how things work in this country and how they want it to continue to work this way. This is not a democracy we live in. This is a captured nation, and it's been captured for many, many, many years.
And right before you play it, don't forget Miriam Adelson just did a gigantic interview with Vanity Fair where she accused Trump of acting like an alcoholic.
Oh, you mean Susie Wiles?
Susie Wiles. Oh, sorry, Susie Wiles. Sorry, I got him confused. My bad. Go ahead.
No, we're gonna get to Susie Wiles.
Yep.
In fact, I think we're gonna clip a new segment for Susie Wiles because that's a whole nother monster. But this is taking center stage right now.
Miriam Adelson, you're right.
We're gonna do Miriam Adelson right now, because if you haven't been paying attention to anything, this is the moment you want to watch. We're gonna break this whole thing down. Here we go.
Listen, you want to come up here? Come up here, Miriam. Miriam gave my campaign indirectly and directly $250 million. She was number one. When somebody can give you $250 million, I think that we should give her the opportunity to say hello. And Miriam, make it quick, because $250 million is not what it used to be. Okay? Hello, darling. Come in.
That was kind of funny,
woman,
but
with
just
a great husband, a man that loved Israel.
The pause, Jay. The pause. What's up with the pause?
Not America, because we were waiting to hear if he was going to say he loved America. No. He loved Israel in front of all those gigantic American flags. He's celebrating the person who loves Israel as the main donor to his campaign.
I'm trying to see. Do you see any yarmulkes on any of those heads? I'm just curious. Can we? We'll keep an eye on that. It's hard to tell from this angle, but my God, the pause is that I'm stuck on it just because I'm like, is it? He knew what he was going to say anyways, but it was just he was giving himself that little anticipation, that little build up, or was he did he stop and go, God, I could say America. That's kind of my whole thing. That's kind of my thing. MAGA's kind of my shtick. Make America great again.
It's amiga.
Did he consider switching out, or was it just the moment that he said, what an amazing situation I'm in here where I can say whatever I effing want as long as I praise Israel, and no one's going to do anything about it. And none of the Democrats are going to. That's the other thing about it. They're not going to smear me for this. They're going to get me on other shit, not this.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm just going to do it.
This is his last term, so it doesn't matter what he does. And some of his supporters thought that, okay, since he doesn't have to run again, that means he's going to go all out and do the things for us that we want. No. He's going to go all out and do the things for his donors that he knows he can get away with, because he wants to set up his family to be, a Rothschild-like dynasty. But, of course, they're going to float the idea of I don't want to kill the lead. So yeah, go ahead. Okay. You can play the next part.
Okay, here we go.
Well, Mr. President, when you were in the Israeli parliament and you gave a speech and you saw me from far away, at that time I came with a scooter to the parliament just to hear you. I wanted to hear you alive. And then you say, Miriam Adelson, and I stood for a second, but it was so painful, so I sat. Then you screamed, Miriam, stand up! And I wish you would have known, but I stood up and heard all your compliment, and thank you very much.
I saw you back there standing.
Yeah, you saw me.
She stood
Thank
up
you.
bravely.
And now I met Alan Dershowitz, and he said the legal thing about 4 more years.
Okay, now pay attention. Trump's been trying to be in this kind of jovial, joking mood. She's being serious right now, so pay attention. What is she announcing to the room here? She ran into Alan Dershowitz. This is important. She's not joking like he's joking.
And I say, Alan, I agree with you. So we can do it. Think about it.
Alan's here someplace. Where's Alan?
Alan is here. Oh, he had a flight. Alan is here. Think about it.
Thank you.
Maybe I will be the first time.
And don't forget, Alan Dershowitz is one of Epstein's main lawyers.
250,
That's exactly why you're in a room where you can just do this and be seriously honest and candid about it, and everyone's just cheering along. He's in the room, by the way. He's in the room. So when they start chanting 4 more years, that's probably coming from the area of the room that he's in. And so this is not a joke. This is, hey, we can do whatever the F we want moment here. And like you said, the Epstein connection, it's the fact that the guy can just be celebrated at this moment after everything that's gone down with the Epstein files, or what hasn't gone down with the Epstein files. And he's standing up there with her talking about, she's saying, no, I had this conversation. I want you to know that we're going to maneuver some shit for you. And then here, let me back it up. Watch his face when she says it. Watch his face. Because I'm suspecting he's not really wanting this to be legit. He wants to keep it kind of joking, but watch his face. And then he comes up with a response, or which is we cut it off, but he's going to say, you'll have to give me another 250, and then I'll think about it. So it's very bizarre, this exchange, and I don't think he saw it coming.
He said, think about it. I'll give you another.
Wait, let me go. Hold on. Let me go back here. Here we go.
Where's Alan?
Alan is here. Oh, he had a flight. Alan is here. Think about it.
Thank you.
Maybe I will be the first one who told you, or second. Yeah.
She said, think about it. I'll give you another 250. But her husband, Sheldon, was an amazing guy, and he'd come up to the office, and there was nobody more aggressive than Sheldon. I think I spent more time with him and you, because you usually came up together, but he'd call and say, can I come over, please? I say, Sheldon, I'm president of the United States. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's like maybe tomorrow. How about tomorrow? No, please, just for a little while. And he'd always say 10 minutes. It turned out to be about an hour and a half, right? And what he did is he fought for Israel. That's all he really fought for. He just wanted to take care of.
He can't even pretend that it was Israel and the United States. He can't even throw that in there just throw us a bone. Make us think that you're working kind of for us. No.
I mean,
yeah.
He's being straight up, like he's telling everyone, this guy's my top donor. I will drop everything I'm doing if he calls me up and tells me he needs to speak to me. And I know whenever he's coming to speak to me, he's coming to speak to me about Israel. I mean, they just laid it out for you right there. And then they said, and by the way, we're ready to disregard the U.S. Constitution, knowing that presidents are supposed to be limited to 2 terms, and we'll try to figure out a way to squeeze a 3rd term out of this whole deal. So, they're kind of putting it out there in the open, and that's why, I don't know, I'm feeling more and more like they are getting ready to do a rug pull from Israel at some point, because they're just being so out in the open about it. As Israel is becoming more and more unpopular, I don't know how they'll actually be able to turn the tides in favor of Israel again. I mean, even with all of these false flags now, is it really being believed by the masses? Am I wrong about that? Because I know sometimes I can be in a little bit of a bubble on Twitter, and everyone I see on Twitter, for the most part, with the exception of a few Zionists, don't really believe these false flags that are happening. But a lot of people I speak to outside of it even question what's going on. So do you think they'll be able to turn the favor back, turn the tides back in favor of Israel at some point? Because they're so out in the open about it.
I think that we're the last people that are going to figure it out as an entire people, where you have all the rest of the world are figuring it out as a majority. Here, it's still a minority, because we have Washington that's captured, because we have Hollywood that's captured, because we have our institutions more. Look, I'm going to say, the campaign to make Trump look like the unique empire, Emperor Trump, King Trump, we have to stop, no kings, to pull that off at the same time, distract those same people that are angry at him, distract him from the Israel factor. It's quite an accomplishment. And I see it here every day in LA. I see people and the things that they're upset about and what they engage with people about. And they miss this. And I don't know if they're deliberately turning their head, or if it's just in their algorithm. I don't know what it is, but this is the part they don't seem to have an opinion about. And the irony is, if they paid attention to this, that would actually solve a lot of their concerns and a lot of their confusion about all the other stuff that they've been upset about. Trump thinks he can do whatever he wants in Venezuela. Trump thinks he can do whatever he wants with ICE. They're not connecting Palantir. They're not connecting the money flow. They're not connecting Larry Ellison to the very industry that's right here that we live in right here in LA. They're not connecting the power that this foreign entity has. And if they were to do that, they'd see, oh, maybe this whole time that we had a massively bigger problem than when Trump first came down that escalator in 2015 and said, I'm running for president. I mean, it's that big of a wool over the eyes that I'm seeing here still.
Well, according to Pew Research, as of October, about 59% of Americans do hold an unfavorable view of the Israeli government. So, whether that means they fully support Palestine over Israel, that's a different story. But, nearly 60% of the country as of a few months ago does not view the Israeli government positively. So, I guess we just have to, wait and see how it plays out. But, I can feel personally like the tide turning against them, especially when you have people like Miss Rachel, like going on TV and advocating on behalf of Palestinian kids. And it just feels like it's getting more and more outrageous. So I don't know. Let's see how it plays out.
Let's see how it plays out. One more clip. If you guys still aren't understanding this, what type of functionality the president serves, not just Trump. If you think it's uniquely Trump, I don't know what to say to you at this point. But in this moment, we talk about Trump declaring in the same room that you just saw this in. This is Mark Levin getting up there awkwardly with Trump and telling the room that Trump is the first Jewish president.
It's not the first time they've said this either, by the way, but go ahead, play it.
Okay, here we go.
Time flies. Let me take a moment to send the love and prayers to our entire nation, to the people of Australia.
Oh shoot, I labeled the wrong one here. I was supposed to play that earlier. That was the what do they call it? His same remarks you're supposed to say when every time these hateful, Muslim attacks on Jews happen. So he did that one at this, and it's all in the same event. You guys see the same background. Mm-hmm. I'm not finding the Mark Levin one, but it's okay. It's something he said before. Maybe I'll edit it in later.
And just to, point out like what quick summary of what it was like, Mark Levin gets on stage and starts joking around, saying how he's excited because Trump is the first Jewish president, like in American history. And no one has been a better friend to Israel. And, just thinking back to the run up to the election, there were so many people who thought that Trump was playing 5D chess, like with Israel. I mean, hopefully they realize that's, not a possibility at this point. So, yeah.
Okay. I think it's time we get into the Susie Wiles part of the story. Again, so much happening so quickly here, Jay. We saw that this Vanity Fair article had come out where Susie Wiles apparently is spilling the beans on this guy that she shouldn't be doing this in her position, and certainly not while she's in office, while he's in office. This is something that you would see more likely to happen after, looking back, doing a kind of a book deal, and but Vanity Fair got the scoop and got this to happen. And there's a lot of people saying that Susie Wiles is basically done. She's cooked. She just exposed everything. And she's got a lot of people on the left that are shocked. And also they're a bit like, wow, this could be a good thing that this is out there. They're very excited this is out there, but very shocked at the same time. Before you weigh in on it, Jay, I thought it was interesting because I was on the fence about if this was her making a mistake or is this her purposely doing this. But as soon as I saw the reaction on Breaking Points from Sagar, I knew this was on purpose. And here's why. Watch this. We're going to see Sagar break down this article and watch his shock about where we are and what this means.
to add this in. This is one of the craziest interviews by a senior White House official I have ever seen in my life. In any other White House, any other time, normal time, she's getting fired today. Under this president, who knows? Let's put this up here on the screen. This is a New York Times write-up of a multi-page interview that Susie Wiles has been sitting with Vanity Fair for over the last year, in which she gets candid about the entire Trump presidency, admits that many of the things that the White House said are lies, admits that Elon is using ketamine. She criticizes the president. She says that the vice president is a conspiracy theorist who his conversion to away from never Trumpism was political. She says Trump has an alcoholic personality. So let me read from the New York Times write-up of this lengthy Vanity Fair profile.
Now, remember, he started the segment with, she's getting fired. So I'm watching them and going, okay, show me why she's getting fired. And those bullet points, they sound very theatrical and like, oh, he says he behaves like an alcoholic. Well, he's gonna qualify what that actually means. And I don't know. I think that you can bullet point this and make it sound shocking, but I'm trying to figure out what exactly is she going to get fired for here. She might get a pat on the back for putting everyone right back in place where they were supposed to be, and that is blue no matter who versus Trump, MAGA. That's, I think, what is going on here. Let me play a little bit of his breakdown here, and then I want you to chime in on this, Jay. Here we go.
President Trump's chief of staff said she tried to get him to end his score settling against political enemies after 90 days in office, but acknowledged the administration's still ongoing push for prosecutions has been fueled in part by the president's desire for retribution. So, number one, the mortgage fraud case against Letitia James or against James Comey, all of that, it's not about the case. It's political retribution from the president. She just tweeted it out. That's an old meme from the 2010s, is just tweeting out what, as journalists, we've been working on this story, trying to prove that this is the true reason why Trump is doing this, even though, yes, it's obvious, we need evidence. And now we have the White House chief of staff. He's like, oh, yeah, he's doing it for political retribution purposes. That's what these prosecutions are about. Okay.
So I'm very disappointed in Sagar here because he took, what I see is that he's taken the bait. He's saying, oh, she just admitted the motive that Trump wants to get revenge. Therefore, what? Case closed? What are you talking about? You can have a revenge motive, and you can also expose wrongdoings by the people you don't like that you want to get and you want to hold them accountable. You can have both, and he should know better as a journalist. But the reason he's falling for this, he and Crystal, his co-pilot on the show, both of them have been guilty of Trump derangement syndrome. Crystal actually more than him, but they both kind of work off each other. And the problem is that they had a conclusion that they started with, and they've been working backwards from that this whole way back in January 6th. So when I saw his reaction, you see how giddy he is. Like, I can't believe it. She just exposed the truth. And I'm thinking, well, what did she expose? That Trump has vendettas? So the F what?
Well,
what does that have to do with a fractured judicial system that's going to take 37 felonies that aren't felonies and hold them and have E. Jean Carroll get a payout for a non-thing that she described? She goes, I want to go shopping with Rachel Maddow with my money, my payout. So these are things that as a journalist you should do better at. But again, my opinion here, Jay, tell me if you think I'm on something here, but I'm thinking that this was deliberately done to get people like Sagar and Crystal back in their camp to vote blue no matter who on the next cycle.
Yeah,
and then elevating the MAGA thing at the same time.
Yeah, I think that definitely could be part of it. But if you look at the actual charge against someone like, Letitia James, like Trump is actually directly guilty of the exact same thing that she was charged with, because, there was a big controversy during his first run about him claiming his property was ranked two different values, one when he was paying taxes and one when he was trying to get a loan. So that's the same thing that they charged Letitia James with, mortgage fraud. She said that her property was valued at a lower value so she could try to pay less on it. So, these are games that people play. Like with accountants who were in positions of power. So I have no problem with people, being held accountable for that. But I want everyone who's guilty of that to be held accountable for it. And as far as, James Comey goes, I mean, the whole Russiagate scenario was a complete, fabrication. However, James Comey was not the guy masterminding that. Hillary Clinton seemed to have been the person who came up with that whole Russiagate thing. She hired the people, over in the UK to create that fake dossier, and then they gave it to James Comey to produce all these false allegations. So yes, there were political actions, and they were weaponizing the judicial system against their political opponents, and they should be held accountable for that. But Trump's doing the exact same thing. So Cigar should put it in perspective. Like, he should also point out how the same thing was done to Trump as he was running. And in my opinion, it is all political theater, because Susie Wiles is actually the one who's showing you what the establishment really believes. And the more consequential part, of that interview, in my opinion, was Susie Wiles coming out and saying, yes, Trump is in the Epstein files, and no, Bill and Hillary Clinton are not in the Epstein files. I don't know if you also have that one queued up.
Yeah.
But
Let me bring that ABC article up that talks about this particular. And this is a long, guys, this was a long ass interview. This is a lot of information that she put out there.
And that's why it can't be an accident. There's no way this is an accident, because you don't sit down with a publication that is openly hostile to the entire administration. Like, Vanity Fair has never given the opinion that they want to give Trump, a fair chance to be a good president. They're some of the worst Trump derangement syndrome people out there. So for her to sit down and answer all these questions to someone who she knows is going to use this to paint Trump in the worst possible light, it was a deliberate act. And the fact that she hasn't been fired yet just goes to show you, like, how powerful she is. So, I think there's a better chance, in my opinion, after seeing the fact that she hasn't been removed yet. I think there's a better chance of Peter Thiel Jr., aka JD Vance, being installed as president before Susie Wiles gets kicked off of Trump's team. That's my opinion.
I agree with that. And like you said here in the interview, she's saying that to Vanity Fair that Trump is in the Epstein files, but he's not doing anything bad. So she's still covering her bases there. I mean, again, everything that she's exposing that's getting Sager so, like, he looks so giddy. Like, can you believe it? They're giving away the game. But none of this is enough that's going to change the game. It's just going to get people back on their teams. So as all of the Dems get all excited again about, I told you should have voted for Kamala. Look what you got. She's telling you guys how bad it is. Now you have all the MAGAs that are going to get in their camp and say, how dare you say that this stuff? So what? He wants to get revenge on people. They did all these horrible things to him. So they're going to get everyone right back into that while we're all ignoring the Israel stuff. I think that's what's happening here. So let's, if there's anything in here that sticks out to you, Jay, it says that days before the deadline of the release of the materials of the Epstein files, Susie Wiles is saying that she's saying that Trump is in the files, but he's not doing anything awful. She made the comments in the series of 11 interviews they did.
That's a lot, man. Months. You don't listen. For her to do 11 interviews with a publication that is openly hostile to her boss, like, it kind of feels like a power play. It kind of feels like she's putting Trump, like, in his place and just reminding him, of how powerful he actually is. And, I believe it's either this article or another one, it also points out how, she said that Bill Clinton had nothing to do.
It's right here. She said she's saying right here, there's no evidence that those visits happened. She told the magazine that Trump was wrong about there being evidence in the files incriminating Clinton. Clinton has denied the wrongdoing.
And of course, she waits until after Trump gets elected to do this. So, the fact that she hasn't been fired yet, and she's already come under fire from the MAGA base before this, because let's not forget, she was blamed for the head, I believe it was, of the FDA being removed a few weeks ago, the guy who paused the mRNA funding. So you know, it's not like she hasn't come under controversy before, because she was a lobbyist for Pfizer. She worked on Netanyahu's campaign, and she was a lobbyist for all the interests that we know are corrupting the government. So
she's more than a lobbyist. She's above the companies we've been wanting to hold accountable, like Pfizer, Moderna. Her company is above that. So there was that. I can't find that one where there was that chart.
Well, that's what they are. They are representatives, you know, for all these different companies. They all give money to Mercury. That was the name.
Mercury, that's the company
of her law firm. It's that she's a partner in. So they all give money to Mercury, so Mercury can distribute that money to the Democratic and Republican parties while making sure they know what their orders are supposed to be. So this way, you know, each one company doesn't get its hands dirty. And you know, I think the video that you have queued up perfectly explains, like, you know, her actual power. So, you know, I don't know if you're ready to go to that yet, but Trump himself said it. You know, go ahead, roll the video.
She had her father, Pat Summerall, the great announcer, football. He was a great football player, became an even greater, the voice of the NFL, and he was supposed to be a tough cookie, and I believe it 100%. Most powerful woman in the world. She can take out a country, take out a country with one phone call. That's power. I don't know if I could do that, but she could. Thank you, Susie. Do you feel good about the job you're doing? Huh? She's never going to be satisfied.
This is the same person who just sat down with Trump's, one of the publications that is most hostile to Trump, for 11 interviews and gave them detail after detail about how Trump is as much of a loose cannon and as irresponsible as the left claims he is, while denying some of his base's, you know, like biggest rallying points. Like one of his base's biggest rallying points during the campaign was Trump is going to hold the Democrats and Bill Clinton accountable for, you know, empowering Epstein. And she just comes out and completely undercuts that. So, you know, I think you really have to look at the fact that she hasn't been fired yet. Trump had a whole TV show that went viral for firing people. Like we saw what the turnover was in his first administration. Like people were leaving left and right. It was new people being appointed every single day. He has no problem firing people. Yet you have this person who you just called one of the most powerful person in the world being openly hostile towards you as your chief of staff. I mean, if this isn't evidence, the only 5D chess that's happening is against the people and against Trump's base. Trump is playing 5D chess against his base with the oligarchs. He's not playing 5D chess against the oligarchs.
And again, this is designed to get people back into their camps if they were straying from them. The no kings camp. That's Sagar and Crystal. They're 100% no kings, and they can't wrap their head around the power that this woman has, because in their mind, it's Trump is the ultimate emperor in the throne. And so that's why you look at his face. Again, I go back to this reaction, and that's what they were going for. She was going for this reaction. Can you believe it? She just admitted that this tyranny guy with all of his dictatorship stuff, he's saying that he's just going to go hurt people that he doesn't like. Can you believe it? It's like she's the one above that. She's the one who can pick up a phone and make a call. She's the one that dictates all of this stuff. And we're talking about institutions that we've been challenging, and people like Vote Blue, no matter who, Crystal and Sagar, they don't want to challenge those things. They don't want to challenge pharma. They want to mask up and shut up and get in line and get another shot. So we remind you that that's also these type of people that think this. Whereas on the other side, which also is more important, which by her releasing this article, it gets the Trump base back in line, ready for battle, because they know they're going to have to defend this and defend their guy. And then so there you are. There you go. Mission accomplished. She's going to probably get a raise for this.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I can say is, if you look at the amount of money that Trump and his direct family have made off the presidency so far, you can make the argument that Trump is the most corrupt. Now, does that mean that his actions have been that much worse than all of his other predecessors, in general for the country? Maybe, maybe not. That's a little bit more of a toss up. But if the metric you're using is how much they are personally profiting off of the destruction of the country, Trump is personally profiting more than all of his other predecessors. So, but I haven't heard, Crystal and Cigar cover that as much. So, maybe they probably have at some point, but I would like it if they focused on that and, applied the other critiques evenly. So hopefully they can get a little more even-handed there.
Yeah, we'll see. And we'll see when they start telling us to just suck it up and vote for the Dems. That's coming. We know that one's coming. Along with little Kylie Kalinsky. He'll be ready to go too. Tell us time to get in line, guys. Come on, do your part. We got to stop Trump 2.0, 3.0, JD Vance. We got to stop him. When are we going to tear the whole damn thing down? That's what I want to know.
Good question.
Yeah.
Good question.
So, let's we're gonna move on to some Russia talk, but we got a little Citizen Pendejo. I try to say Pendejo right, but yeah, thanks for the super chat. Let's see what we got here. It's Pat Summerall must have been a colossal POS for his daughter to turn out like this. No way around it. Pat Summerall.
Nice.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks for that. Citizen. I would say citizen because I always forget that the
Pendejo, Citizen Pendejo.
go.
I've watched enough narco TV shows to know how to pronounce Pendejo.
Nice. Thank you for that, citizen. Okay, moving on. Let's do some Russia updates here with NATO, Russia, EU, and Zelensky. The whole mess. It's been going on last 3 years. We told you so. We told you so that Zelensky is on his way out. He's got nowhere to go. We told you that Putin wasn't going to be taken down because a few European countries colluded together to set him up.
I don't think Zelensky's on his way out, but go ahead.
You don't think so? Okay.
No.
But he's not. There's no way Ukraine wins this. Okay.
No.
Let's take a little time. Let's start with what's going on with the EU and NATO, because NATO has been threatening EU countries. Every one of them, they have to come up with $1 billion every month starting in January, or else they're being threatened and enticed, or whatever it takes. The picture's being painted that if they don't do this, that they're going to be the victims of Putin's reign because Putin wants to keep expanding. We know that's complete BS. So NATO's gearing up for this war with Russia. That's what's happening. NATO chief is saying they're preparing for war with Russia. Mark Rutte is warning Europe. It's warning Europe that Putin's next target and faces a scale of conflict our grandparents endured. Ooh, going back generations to tell you you're going to be on the receiving end of Putin's wrath. Here is Kaja Kallas. She's the top EU's diplomat, so she's taking pecking orders from NATO, and she's explaining in her soft little voice why she's been able to one conversation at a time. She's been able to convince other European countries that we don't do diplomacy with Russia. So she says it's hard because some of them are like, what? Why don't we want to do that? She goes, no, we don't do diplomacy. And she's very excited that it's working, one conversation at a time.
Say it publicly here, but I have managed to convince some countries to not have meetings with Putin. We really need to reach out to the third countries all the time to explain what is at stake. Sometimes they listen, sometimes they have much stronger ties with Russians. I don't know why, because usually we are giving them much more money. We are the biggest trading partners, so far larger than Russia.
We give them money so they'll shut up and not talk with Russia. So I don't know. Maybe they're just really good friends. Why would you talk? Why would you talk to them? It's so weird to me. It's so weird. We give you money, so come on, like put up and shut up.
But somehow they still believe that.
Yep. So she's still figuring it out. How do we get everyone aligned for this war? But I think that this clip is important because this is the way Putin is responding to the EU. And this is going to bring us to our conversation, Jay, where I'm trying to figure out is the U.S., is what Trump's doing representing our interests, his interest, his legacy, whatever it is it different than what NATO and EU the EU countries are doing right now? Is Putin noticing a difference? Well, to start with, Putin is calling out Europe separately from us right now. He's calling them directly out with their shenanigans about we're going to war with Russia. Here we go. Countries, you hear me too. You are currently being persuaded that all your difficulties are a result of some hostile actions by Russia, that you must pay for the fight against this mystical Russian threat out of your own pockets. All of this is a lie. The truth is that the current problems faced by millions of people in the West are the result of years of actions by the ruling elites of their countries.
I mean, pretty well said.
Yeah, are short-sighted and ambitions. These elites are not thinking about how to improve the lives of their citizens in Western countries. They're obsessed with their own selfish interests and super profits. Well, there it is. And there's another clip. We were talking with Fiorella on Tuesday, and he was actually kind of laughing, or the interpreter was doing the interpreter voice was just kind of laughing through the translation and saying, God, these EU people, what is wrong with them? Like, they're just trying, they just insist upon themselves and this crazy narrative when Putin's made it absolutely clear. Yes, it's a massively big country. They have a lot of infrastructure and things they want to do he doesn't want to expand. He just wants the EU. He wants NATO, who we've said very specifically, not 1 inch to the east, and we've broken it at every turn. And that's why this deal doesn't make sense as is, because it seems like they can't get over the fact that in order to make this deal, we got to at least give Ukraine a chance, an opportunity to join NATO, even in the future. But Putin's saying, no, they don't get to join at all. That's the deal. Jay, what are you seeing now as far as the peace deal and where we are in that process? Because all I'm seeing is Europe trying to push more war. And is Trump doing anything any differently than what these European countries are doing right now?
I mean, I kind of think about, it like Democrats and Republicans, right? So let's consider peace the equivalent of Medicare for all. Republicans are openly hostile to the idea of Medicare for all for the most part. I'm talking about politicians, just like Europe is openly hostile to the idea of peace with Russia. However, Democrats will get out and pretend during the campaign that, oh yeah, we're going to do Medicare for all. Medicare for all is, something that, is needed in the country, and, we support it, at least some of the politicians in the Democratic Party. And then when it comes time to actually do it, and they have the power to say force a vote or to advocate for it, they make up excuses about why it can't be done. So let's just consider the fact that Europe simply does not have the ability, even if they came up with all the money in the world right now, they do not have the ability to wage war against Russia without US involvement, because it includes GPS and satellite technology that Europeans do not have. Like all of the targeting technology that their own missile systems use are reliant on American satellites and American technology. So if America wanted this war to end, all we have to do is say, you know what? If you guys don't agree to this peace deal, we're going to pull all of our intelligence sharing and all of our technological support for you, and you can figure it out on your own. And they would get wiped out within a few weeks. Russia would easily finish them off. So, it's disingenuous for Trump to be pretending like he can't convince the Europeans and the Ukrainians to get on side, because he absolutely can. And these empty threats that are being floated about, Europe dumping our treasury bills and our bonds, like, Is it possible that they could do it? Maybe, but they would be shooting themselves like in the jugular, like if they wanted to dump all of our treasury bills to try to disrupt our monetary policy. So when it comes to the power in the situation, the Europeans have no power. Like they do not have any power in these negotiations in real life. All of the military power and the military might depends on America. So what's happening right now, in my opinion, is Putin realizes that even though most of the American government, with the exception of Trump and a few people around him, is actually aligned, with what Europe is saying, but it's very unpopular in America because Americans are tired of our money being spent on foreign wars. So he knows that if he gets on TV and starts directly antagonizing, Trump and the Trump administration, the way that he's speaking out against Europeans, it'll be easier for Trump to rile up his base, and get them to not like Russia. So, and the truth is, if Americans get behind this war and there is more consent for it, then it's bad. It's bad for Russia. So I think he's being strategic, knowing that Europeans don't really have power to do anything, but they are the ones out front cheerleading and being the most openly aggressive. At least their heads of government are. I think that's why he's being more confrontational with the Europeans than he is, with the Trump administration, because it all comes down to the fact that the Europeans cannot operate without us. And what I think is happening is, again, this is being used as a way to rearm NATO. Like it was either Nico or Nick Cruz. One of them just made a post the other day talking about how the Trump administration has been one of the best things for NATO imaginable, because now they're getting more NATO funding commitments from, the rest of the European governments. And now we have a situation where, especially in Britain and Germany, they're not openly talking about building up their armies, bringing more people in, and the chancellor of Germany, like their president, just got out on their TV the other day and said, we're not getting enough volunteers right now to join the army. We will have to look at compulsory service to fight this war against Russia if we don't get enough volunteers to join it. So, what's happening is they're trying to motivate the European people who are already very anti-Russia and anti-Putin to actually put some actions behind their beliefs and to join the military. So I think that's what all this is about. They want to paint America and Trump as leaving them out in the cold, so they all have to be worried about their own defense. But unfortunately, it does seem like Germany and the UK are going to be the first two countries to be sacrificed, if this does wind up escalating. And I'm actually leaning more and more towards they may actually send troops over there. So we'll see.
So the clip that I wanted to play, I'm going to get to the army recruit video in a second here, but Putin did point out the EU and their inability to be even taken seriously at this point. And I think the previous clip, that was more of a discussion to the entire West and in a more serious tone. This one, I think, is important because this is showing, I think what you're saying there, Jay, is the way he does seem to have a different tone, a different relationship when he's talking to the European countries and NATO. And I think he's looking at Trump separately from that discussion. And I think you're onto something here, that it's kind of a sophisticated approach that he can have these very nuanced dialogue that's going to be different with who he's talking to. But this is what he's saying about the European countries right now, that think that they can be so, it's like the bark is louder than their bite, really, right now. Everyone assumed that they would destroy Russia in a short period of time. They wouldn't ruin it. And the European piglets immediately joined in to aid the former American administration in this task. So he's talking about Biden. They were hoping to profit from the collapse of our country. That's right. To get back something that was lost in previous historical periods and try and take revenge. has now become obvious to everyone. All these attempts and all these destructive plans towards Russia completely failed. So he's calling them piglets. And he did throw, and I'm hearing what you're saying, Jay, as far as like he's calling out the previous administration, he's calling out Biden, but he's not directly implicating Trump in this. It's everybody else. So it's interesting that he's keeping that he's not throwing him into the mix.
Well, that was one of the things that was most unpopular about Biden, right? That was one of the reasons that independents leaned more towards Trump, because Trump had a reconciliatory tone towards Russia, and he said that he was going to end the war on day one. And in general, most Americans do tend to be against, getting into all these entanglements. So, we're tired of war. Like we have been at war openly, for a very long time. And Americans are watching everything get harder over here as we ship off more money overseas. So, I think he realizes that, number one, like, America is the actual power player, like over here. And, Trump has at least, is putting out the words Trump is putting out makes it seem like he wants peace. So if Russia was to dismiss that, it would appear to a lot of people who aren't informed that, well, Russia doesn't want peace. Because here's Trump trying to extend his hand and to try to get a deal done, and the Russians just slap the hand away. So he's doing his best to avoid that, while recognizing that if there were actual negotiations happening, we would have sent a real delegation over to Russia, and they would have sent a real delegation over to us, so all the details can be worked out. Instead, what's happening is Trump is sending his son-in-law and his real estate partner to go, work out like a couple quote unquote agreement points, a 28-point plan, which is not the same thing as a negotiated settlement and a negotiated treaty. So they're not taking the negotiations seriously. They're not sending real negotiation teams. But what's happening is Trump is able to paint the picture to his own base that he's trying to make peace, and he's trying to be the one who solved this conflict. So when Britain and Germany send their troops over to die, like in Ukraine, he can say, look, I tried to make, peace over here, but we can't just let all of our NATO allies get their asses whooped over there in Ukraine. We're going to have to send some people over there to back them up. So unfortunately, I would say that's a direction I think this is heading in. I hope that's not the case, but that is a direction I think it's heading in. Now, I do think it'll still wind up mostly being contained to Ukraine, but I do see more, I do see some NATO troops being sent over there. But what I think will happen is Russia will just step up the attacks that they're making on Ukraine, because as it's tracking right now, according to some of the best informed channels and sources I've seen about the conflict, it does seem like Ukraine probably can't last too much longer than, say, the middle of next year, unless troops from somewhere else actually step in. No matter how much money it is they give them, I don't think Ukraine by themselves are going to last that much longer than the middle of next year.
I mean, John Bolton was just doing the round saying that it's time to lower the recruitment age, in Ukraine from 25 down to 18. And we're thinking, why do you need to lower the recruitment age to 18? You guys are going door to door, just dragging them out of their houses anyways. You don't need to lower the age. You're doing everything illegal anyways. You're already canceling elections. They're already burning down churches. You're already doing all the things that you do when you're not being on the up and up. You're already doing this. You're doing all this stuff that Israel, by the way, all the stuff Israel does, right? Targeting journalists, targeting churches, canceling any sort of discourse, and more specifically, forcing people into battle, which is ultimately their death, because that's how you don't last long on the Ukrainian battlefield. The lifespan's very little, and that's why when we play these clips, and you guys have seen us play these clips of them stealing people, young men, old men. They take old men out of their homes. You have wives, girlfriends, daughters, sisters, brothers. They're crying. They're in tears because they know they're never going to see their loved one again. It's a death sentence at this point. So yes, I think they're, as Lindsey Graham would say, they're going down to that last Ukrainian. We're almost there. So meanwhile, on the other hand, you have the UK army. Well, they're doing a little recruitment right now that seems to be a little more jovial than a John Bolton interview. So let's look at what they're doing on their recruitment side of things, because it's time to go stick it to Putin if you're living in the UK right now. Here we go.
Signed up to the British Army to help defend the UK from Russia, and this is why you should too. A major conflict is actually highly likely. So if you want to defend values that you believe in, like equality, diversity, and inclusion, now is the time to sign up for the army and defend them throughout the world. The website was actually super inclusive and ultra accessible, and I felt totally safe throughout the application process. It even allowed me to
It was totally safe throughout just so you guys know, it's a safe application process. Everything felt nice and comfortable and inclusive.
It was all cuddly, man. It was all cuddly. It felt like I was getting a nice big hug when I logged on to the Army application website. Tell us more, guy.
Tell us what else happened. This sounds amazing.
Upload my PhD essay on critical race theory and decolonialization. Being in the army is actually perfectly suited to left-leaning people who value positive change. And if more progressive-leaning folks from all genders and backgrounds fill the ranks, we can permanently change the stagnant demographic of the British Army. It's time to reclaim the armed forces as a progressive force for positive change throughout the world.
You got to put the rainbow flag on the logo. Oh my God. This is so funny because we actually lived through this here. This was the whole campaign 3 years ago that Biden set out, and everyone fell for this, and they thought it was this progressive thing. You put the Ukrainian flag in your social, it meant that you were being progressive. Right?
It's rainbow colored bombs.
Yeah.
You know, it's rainbow colored bombs that we're about to go drop on Russia. It's hilarious.
Yeah, let's see the rest of it.
To stand up to patriarchal dictators like Vladimir Putin and create the kind of future we want for our children. I've already got my girlfriend and her boyfriend to sign up, and he's only been a British citizen for 2 weeks. It just goes to show that once you engage and inspire people to see a different kind of army that can fight war in a different kind of way, a lot of people will want to sign up. If you're ready to make the ultimate sacrifice for what you believe in, join the army today at jobs.army.mod.uk, and I'll see you on the front line.
Wow.
He got his girlfriend and her boyfriend to sign up for it. I actually kind of busted out laughing when I heard that part. I mean, damn, guy. Like, how many stereotypes are you going to fit into this one segment? But I guess
I want to send this over to Alex Stranger. He's really good. He's been friend of the show. He does these little what are these characters? These are like they're performance art pieces where he goes into public, goes on the public, open public forum, goes up there, becomes a character just like this guy, and then starts talking about his boyfriend, the boyfriend of the wife, and all and he's got 5 masks on, and he's talking in the mic with 5. So this is so if anybody thought this guy was real, this is obviously if you got to the boyfriend part, this is obviously satire, which is on purpose to show you how insane this is at this point, that people would buy this shit. But this is the kind of stuff we've had to happen here. This is not a joke. Like this, we've been living through this last 3 years, and that was one thing that Trump ran on, that he was going to squash this bullshit and stop this horrible proxy war that was tricking all these people into thinking that they were doing something good and decent, and we're saving all these lives, and we all have our Ukrainian flags in our social medias, and we all feel good and warm and fuzzy and rainbowy. So like that, but yet this is the sentiment that's happening, which is why I think this is pretty funny video. I have to admit, I thought it was real at first, and then when he got to the middle of it, I was like, yeah, this is definitely satire. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, I actually thought it was real too, but it is actually a satire and parody account. But I can say the actual sentiment though among a lot of Europeans is Putin is the evil bad guy, and he is like the evil, he is the new Hitler. So that's good to hear that is satire, because I actually thought that it was real for a while.
Yeah, our audience, they know.
Yeah.
They know.
Yeah. So.
They know. Yep. It can't be real. And it's, I mean, we made it clear, but I like that. I like it where you can't tell it first and then they give it away, and it's good. It's good. But this is the type of thing. And it's good to do parody this way, because you could actually show it to someone that would actually be like, oh yeah, this makes sense. And then halfway through they go, this is why I want Alex Stranger. You guys could look up Alex Stranger he does this stuff, and it's so good because you people don't know you're a character when you start. So you start like you do a little thing, and they go, yeah, this guy has a point. Yeah, yeah. And then somewhere halfway through, they go, well, that's a little much. So that's the point. It's a performance art kind of thing. And you do this. It's great. It's brilliant. If you do it just right, you can actually get people to go, whoa, hold on a second. I was with you.
Got it.
And you're like, no, the point was you were never supposed to be with me. That's the point. If you were with me for half of what I was doing, you got to go look in the mirror. What is wrong with you that you thought this was cool? Because I'm showing you how ridiculous it is. That's the point. So
yeah. And at the end of the day, what I really hope that Europeans figure out is that they are not going to win a direct war with Russia. Like it's just not going to happen. And unless even if America gets involved, it's debatable about whether or not that can happen. But if you go back, like a couple hundred years, and it's pretty obvious that the West has been repeatedly trying to invade Russia and break it up, for a few centuries. Napoleon tried it, the King of England tried it a few times. We considered actually bombing them as we were on their side in the middle of World War II. That's a fact that most people don't realize, but that was actually an idea that was floated in the White House. So, and this is why we were supposed to be partnering with them fighting the Nazis. So it's a dream that has been going around in the West for a very long time, and it hasn't happened yet. And it doesn't look like, it's going to happen anytime soon. It's more likely, unfortunately, that the whole world would get blown up, like before that happens. So, yep. Hopefully we don't get to that point.
Okay. Well, I think we need to move on. Do we have you for like a few? Can we do a little quick Candace check-in before?
Yeah, let's do it. A quick check-in with her. Yeah.
And so you guys know we've been covering the Candace Owen versus Erica Kirk, Owens versus Kirk, and we had this horrible town hall. If you guys ever had a chance to watch it, I do not recommend you watch it, but if you've seen some of the clips, we showed some of them on Tuesday's show of everything that kind of went wrong with this Barry Weiss CBS sit down. But what had come out of that once we showed it was that apparently Candace and Erica somehow, some way agreed to meet together. And, lots have gone down since our last show. So I wanted to kind of catch you up and Jay to chime in on this. But this was so while we were doing our show, it was kind of breaking at the time. It's that they were going to meet face to face in person. It was going to be very private. The rules were that nobody was allowed to have anything public beforehand. They were just going to be, just one-on-one, and then they can go report back to their audience. So that's what apparently happened. But then this is what got really concerning, Jay. I saw Candace. This was the first engagement she had with her viewers before she went live again. And this is very concerning. And she says, Eric and I had an extremely productive 4.5-hour meeting. I think we both feel that it should have been taken place a lot earlier than it did. We agreed on much more than I had anticipated. And even just getting to that, I was like, agreed on what would you possibly agree on? That's what I don't get this. But okay, of course, we also disagreed on various points and people as well. Most importantly, we were able to share intel and clarify intent. Well, we should have known. I mean, why does Candace have to clarify her intent in private when she's been clarifying her intent publicly? It just people choose not to listen. I think that's been the problem, at least from what I've seen. So she says, of course, I'll have a rundown for you. I'm currently exhausted. So she just wanted to give everyone a check-in. But the thing is, I don't know if she expected this, but there was a lot of her fan base was pretty upset by this. And a lot of them, either they were saying, Candace, do better. How are you able to tell us that you guys are buddy-buddy now? And then we had a lot of people doing posts like this. Maverick X says, in case you haven't figured it out yet, Erica Kirk and Candace Owens are just actors. It's all a distraction. Now, Candace got upset. She talked to her audience. Says, you guys have got to give me a little more credit. She looked a little upset, but she had a smile. And she was saying, you guys, like, let me explain to you how this works. Like, we're trying to have these conversations. We're trying to take things step by step. There's stuff I convinced Erica of. So we're hearing this, like, how are you able to convince Erica of stuff? Also, I think the biggest thing that came out of this that she told us was that it turns out, and this is what makes it look like the whole thing is fake, because she's telling us, turns out TPUSA does not have any extra footage that we haven't seen. So they've seen everything we've seen. And she believes that. Why? Because Erica Kirk told her this in a private meeting, and she believes Erica Kirk now. I'm totally dumbfounded here. I'm leaning towards that this is all acting. But Jay, where are you at? Have you changed your mind on any of this, or have you known this the whole time? What do you think is really going on here?
So before I, dive into my opinion about CANDACE, I just want to clarify that, a lot of times the best lies are actually built on a lot of truth, like in the middle of them, right? And the best misdirections all contain truth in the explanations, because that's how they get you to go along with the conclusion. Like if you take, for example, a lot of the people that shielded for Trump during the last campaign, they said, look how bad the Democrats are. So the solution is we got to vote for Trump because, like he's the coalition. I think, CANDACE has pointed out a lot of good questions about the assassination of Charlie Kirk and pointed out a lot of the coincidences. And for the most part, her work on it has been pretty good. But she's also said a couple things that are a little bit out there and don't really make as much sense. Like I remember seeing a video of her claiming that she saw a video that was sent to her by the Turning Point USA employee, from that angle. You remember the camera that got taken down that was behind Charlie Kirk? Like early on, she said she saw that video and there was no blood like in the video. So we saw the blood like spurt out of Charlie Kirk's neck. So it does to me feel like, she says a lot of the true things and then she gets out there and says crazy stuff sometimes that discredits a lot more of her argument. But, my entire point is, right, and I just want to take it a little bit big picture for a second. Before Nazi Germany, there was no mass movement of Jews going into Israel before they faced all of that discrimination. And I think if you look at how the Rothschilds, who are responsible for the Balfour Declaration, if you look at where they got their money from, well, they're actually bankers of the Vatican and the House of Habsburg, which is the European royal families, like a lot of the bloodlines between the monarchs in the UK and the monarchs of Germany and Austria. They're all directly related. It's called the House of Habsburg if you follow the actual bloodlines. And they all bank with the Rothschilds. And they've all been obsessed with conquering that land over there in the Middle East. And they did it through their secret societies like the Knights Templar back in the day. So if you follow the money behind Israel and behind the major financiers of it, it does ultimately lead back, to the Catholic Church and the Vatican, right? And if you look at Candace Owens' father-in-law, he's a gentleman by the name of Lord Michael Farmer. And he is a participant, actually, and a member of the CCJ, which is the Council for Christians and Jews, which is an organization in the UK that works directly with the IHRA, that's the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, to make sure that nobody forgets about the Holocaust and, how much the Jews were victimized, so we can continue supporting Israel. So that's who her father-in-law is. Now, her actual husband himself, he is a member of an organization which is quite similar to the Skull and Bones, but it's like the UK version of that, and that's called the Bullingdon Club. So instead of it being a Skull and Bones thing that is responsible for George Bush, John Kerry, and all these other powerful figures in our government, the Bullingdon Club has members like...
I have your tweet here if you want
to
put it up.
Exactly. The Bullingdon Club has, two very recent prime ministers, Boris Johnson, David Cameron, and they even have former kings of the UK, as part, of this club. So, big picture, what I think is happening is the same way how ISIS is a proxy of the establishment. In my opinion, Israel is the most powerful proxy of the establishment at this point in time. And Candace's job is to make sure that nobody questions any of the potential forces that could be behind Israel, so we can focus all of our attention on that. But hypothetically speaking, if what their goal is to control that land, and that's just the AI picture that was created. That isn't the actual people in the club. But hypothetically speaking, if the goal is to control that area, they don't necessarily have to do it through Israel. They could work, with Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and other, powerful forces in that region to control it. However, at this point in time, it does seem to be convenient for them to use Israel. So does that mean that Israel is going to have a rug pull happen? I don't know. Does that mean, I can't predict what the future is going to be, but when I follow the money, if we believe that the Democrats and Republicans are controlled by the money that finances them, then I have to ask the question, could the Rothschilds be controlled by the money that finances them? That has to be a question I have to ask. So I do think it's important to follow the money and see where it leads. And again, the last thing I'll end with, another one of these organizations that's directly connected to them is the Knights Templar. And they founded Switzerland the same year that they lost control of the Holy Land. They were the world's first international bank. And Switzerland is where a lot of the dark money in this world has wound up. And it also happens to be the center for a lot of these NGOs and international organizations. And conveniently, they claim neutrality in every war. However, we now know that they actually worked directly with the Nazis. They funded the Nazis and empowered them, and they wound up with all of Germany's gold after the war. So they did directly benefit, from what Nazi Germany did the whole time while being considered, neutral during the whole process. So, I think, so Candace's reporting on Charlie Kirk, for the most part, has a lot of truth to it, and she's closer to the truth, actually, than the mainstream narrative. However, I do think, she is there to, prop up, the Catholic Church, the institution, the Vatican, as the good guys, like in this situation, and Israel as the bad guys in this situation. That's my opinion. So
yeah, no, and all of this can be true. I just think it's our job to separate when something is a red flag, like this weird 4.5 hour private meeting. What's come out, like that's something we need to be concerned at the same time. And you guys have been watching from the beginning of the show. We saw Candace go on with Piers Morgan and she hit it out of the park. So there's these moments that need to be acknowledged that are good moments, good for journalism. It's good to say, I'm calling you out, Piers Morgan. It's good to show that Candace Owens is doing some good work. At the same time, we can say, wait a minute, this is a little fishy. And then what you're doing also is showing us historical context and tying it all together with her husband and all this, that whole paper trail there. So all of it is important at the same time. And so I just,
Sorry. And really quick, last thing I want people to remember, Candace Owens' husband is filthy rich. So she's not hurting for money, right? Now, independent podcasters, and I still wouldn't excuse it, but you could make the argument that if Larry Ellison came in and funded the homeless left, that we don't have the type of money that Candace Owens' husband has. And I know you would reject the money, but you could at least make an argument that, okay, well, we actually do need the money because we don't have the ability to, fund the type of production that we truly want as of now. Now we're doing it the right way. However, Candace Owens cannot make that argument because she's already filthy rich. Yet out of all the companies she chooses to take money from, it happens to be Oracle, that is led by one of Israel's biggest funders and biggest supporters, Larry Ellison. I mean, that raises a big red flag for me because she's already filthy rich and she's already tied into these circles. So it's just a question I have. And again, it doesn't disregard all the good reporting she's doing, but my opinion is she's not the homeless left, she's not Jimmy Dore, and it doesn't mean that we all don't get things wrong, But I do think you have to make sure you're aware of possible agendas behind people. And sometimes, they can tell you the truth up to a point in order to misdirect you to lead you where they want you to go. So just something.
And so we got to be open for that. What is the misdirect? If she's doing this meeting, she got a little soft on everyone and went, "Oh, we agree on a lot of things." And you're like, what could that possibly be?
Well, it's going to lead back to the Republican Party because they want to make sure they don't tear down TPUSA too much, because that's a big tool in recruitment for the Republican Party. So maybe they're just telling her to ease up a little bit on how hard she's going against TPUSA.
But she's still doing this. So this is after the meeting. She's still calling out Bari Weiss, which I think this is a good sign, because she's saying, hey, me and Erica agree on some shit. I don't know what, but this is the person you just went on a town hall with, and she's a total piece of shit puppet Zionist. So Erica, you did do this. So let's hear. This is her little call out of Bari Weiss, which again needs to be said in case people don't know what CBS has become, and the tie to Ellison, which goes right back to her. Right, it goes right back to Oracle. It's very bizarre, but these words need to be said by someone.
Really quick. Vote red, get ahead. That's what her and Erica agree on. That's what it's going to come down to. Now, it's the same thing. She'll criticize him for now, but when it comes election time, it'll be vote red, get ahead.
Actually learning things from the show. She was actually learning things, and that I think she similarly felt that Bari Weiss was trying to create a moment. Obviously, it's who Bari Weiss is. It's the Zionist lobby. She's trying to right perceived wrongs because I'm against her side. That does not surprise me. That's kind of why Bari Weiss exists. That's the reason they put her at CBS, is because she's just committed to stacking the audience with people that are going to present the pro-Israel cause and talk about anti-Semitism and talk about like crime being on the rise. It's kind of an embarrassment, but I actually do accept that. And I should also clarify that Bari Weiss obviously picked those questions. They were not random, like I told you. It wasn't like people were coming to the mic and it was an open mic and they didn't know what they were going to get. It was all very much planned by Bari, but Erica said that she knew the general idea, like they were going to mention me and mention the conspiracy. Actually learning things from the show.
So the idea, she wants us to believe that, yes, okay, Bari Weiss is this is a person that if Erica Kirk was a good person, she would not have even gone in there, because the whole point of that interview was to say, yeah, boo-hoo, my husband's dead, but the thing I'm really angry about is people don't love Israel enough. That was the point of the show. So the fact that she even agreed to do that, Candace is giving her some weird benefit of the doubt that she didn't know any better. She didn't know what she was walking into. And now Erica agrees with her that, yeah, that did seem like a little bit of a setup, and it didn't seem authentic. And does Erica Kirk regret going on there? Candace is pretty bold and brave to be saying this to her audience, because I would like to hear it from Erica Kirk's mouth. I would like to hear her say, I regret going on that town hall. The whole thing looked like a big fake staged ass thing. But if she says that, which I don't think she will, obviously, because if she says that, she's going to look like, well, what do we have to listen to you about anything anymore? You sat on CBS's stage with an angry scowl on your face and said the thing that hurts you the most isn't your husband's death. The thing that hurts you the most is people don't love Israel enough. You did that. Yeah, so how the hell are these two people agreeing on anything right now is beyond me. And Candace, I don't know. This is it's very bizarre.
Exactly. And the biggest question I have, right, is you can argue that for a lot of Charlie Kirk's life, he was an undying supporter of Israel, and evidence certainly does point towards that. However, towards the end of his life, it is completely obvious that he was starting to have harder and harder critiques of Israel. Now, it was actually recently brought to my attention that he was labeled, quote unquote, an anti-Semite all the way back in 2023. That was when they first started piling on to him. However, the attacks picked up actually a lot more within the last few months of his life, and the pressure built up a lot more. And without getting into any of the stuff that happened behind the scenes, there are quotes of Charlie Kirk directly, like when he's in interviews challenging Ben Shapiro, agreeing with Tucker Carlson, agreeing with Megyn Kelly that Israel might have too much influence, on our government, saying that maybe we shouldn't attack Iran, saying that October 7th felt like a setup, saying that Epstein had strong ties to Mossad. So if you're Erica Kirk and you want to talk about Israel, sure, you can bring up some of his love for the Jewish people that he's expressed most of his life, but I feel like a relevant part of that conversation would be maybe a change in his tone towards the end of his life if you really wanted to be an honest actor. It would be like what Erica Kirk is doing right now is the equivalent of Martin Luther King's wife going on TV after MLK got shot and saying, you know what, guys, maybe it is better if Black people just stay second-class citizens and we just embrace, lawless capitalism, for the rest of time, because the free market will solve all of our problems. Like what she's doing, in my opinion, is the equivalent of MLK's wife doing that. And just to put things in perspective, guys, let's not forget MLK's wife actually challenged the government and sued the government for a complicity in the death of MLK and won. That's what she did in response to her husband's death. Erica Kirk, on the other hand, is arguably covering up like 4 people who could be involved in the assassination of her husband's death. So
I would say maybe a more accurate analogy would be if Martin Luther King's wife told everyone after his death, said, you know what, we need to gather up all the African Americans and put them on an island somewhere and give them nuclear weapons and impunity when it comes to whatever the hell they want to do. That's what we should do. We should have segregation just times 1,000, because isn't that what Israel ended up being anyways, was, hey, we need a place we could bring everyone because they're not welcome anywhere else. That would be the equivalent, right? Hey, this integration thing, never mind. Let's just go get on an island somewhere. That would be, I think that would be the thing.
Forget equal rights. Who cares about that? Forget loving one another. We don't need any of that stuff. Let's just separate into our corners and stay divided, because, that's what's worked for humanity most of the time, right? I mean, so it's crazy. So it's sad to see, but, again, I just hope people realize, yes, we need to hold Israel accountable, but we should also look at the forces that are behind them, because if we truly want to stop the manipulation of society, yes, we have to address the tool that's being used, but we also have to ultimately address where the money's coming from.
Yeah. And again, we're on the fence about, not only say on the fence, we're staying in the place where we need to be, where we acknowledge when something is good. When Candace Owens does something good, it needs to be acknowledged. Go and watch the interview with Pierce Morgan. It was pretty phenomenal. We played a clip of it on the opening of the show. But when she does these things, like say Erica Kirk means well and she's trying hard, I'm suspicious, and I don't like that. But one thing we can say for sure is the numbers don't lie, and this is the type of viewership she had when she said, I sat down with Erica, and here's what happened. She had 300,000 people watching at that time. So she definitely got the engagement. And Erica Kirk got what she wanted too, because she always told us that it was all about the CEO life anyways. And if you guys never saw this was a tweet from years ago before she married Kirk. And she thought it was a funny little Instagram post at the time that said, he asked me, what's your favorite position? I said CEO. So that's Erica Kirk, and she got what she wanted. So there's that. And I don't hold your breath, guys. I don't think Erica Kirk is getting on any camera anytime soon and saying, I made a huge mistake going on CBS. I really just want to have the honesty and truth from here on out. I don't think we're going to get that.
Yeah, I mean, and I agree. Candace does make good points, when she's in interviews, and she actually is a great debater. She's a very intelligent person, so I'm not taking any of that away from her. But, let's remember, before AOC got into office, she was a great advocate for Medicare for all when she had no power. And, when it comes time for Candace's power to be most relevant, which is during election season, my prediction is she's going to start telling everybody, hey, guys, I know JD Vance isn't ideal, but, the Democrats want gay marriage and, they want to, push the LGBTQ agenda on your kids. So we got to vote red to get ahead. I think that's what it's going to be. So, we'll see, but that's my prediction.
Jay Scott, thank you so much for being on the show today. We got through a lot of topics, and I appreciate the time. Anything you want to leave everybody with, the audience with, before you go?
Yeah, man, the future is decentralized. The way these parties can control us is through the centralization of power within few people who lead these parties. So I'd encourage everyone to check out the only decentralized third party out there. That's the We the People Party. That's www.wtpnational.com. And, in that party, you have the ability to take control of the solutions on the issues that affect you at each level. If you're in your local county, you don't have to answer to anyone else about what you guys are doing in your own county when you join the We the People Party. So, and let's not forget, we can actually defund the war machine starting at the local level, because the contracts, that supply our police forces with weapons, the money that we send overseas, a lot of that happens at the local and state levels. So get involved, and we got to start doing something about what's happening. So
awesome.
Appreciate you, Matt. Keep up the great work. I'm out.
Awesome. See you next time. All right, Jay Scott, We the People. Yeah, go check it out, guys. Go check out We the People, and go follow Jay Scott on Twitter. That's the first time. Usually we see his Twitter there. So you guys can find him. You can find him on Twitter as well. He's doing some great work with We the People, amongst other great work as well. And always a good contributor to the show. Homeless Left. He's been all year long, really. So it's been great. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready for talking back with you guys. We're going to be bringing in Nurse Leslie here in a moment. Willing to talk to you about whatever you guys want to get into. We did have some super chats come in on our YouTube page, and any Rumble rants as well. You guys will definitely get bumped to the front, and we'll get to you guys in just a second. So let's go ahead. Actually, here's a little ad first. I got a 30-second one. This was funny. This is funny. Not an ad, just a funny little thing we saw. Here you go.
That advertised a tea kettle now being sold by J.C. Penney. And oh, what an internet buzz it created. Because in the eyes of some people, the tea kettle bore a strong resemblance to Adolf Hitler. Will you be the judge? This is what the tea kettle looks like on the J.C. Penney website. Here's what the billboard looked like, and here's a picture of Hitler next to it. Now what do you think?
Hey, Nurse Leslie, welcome back to the show.
Thank you. Oh,
you got a little echo.
Okay. You know what? Let me change my mic.
Okay. We tested it earlier. I thought it was a nice sound. Let's see.
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry about that echo. You guys, there's so many great comments today. I cannot get through all of them. I stopped at almost 3 p.m., but I started a whole bunch of them already. Anyways, good to be here. What was that tea kettle thing about?
Just a fun thing. Yeah. Well, it's another sign that when you see anti-Semitism, you got to say something, right? See something, say something. So you can find it anywhere. It's kind of like looking up in the clouds. You can just kind of, I see a Jew hater in the sky. You can kind of make up whatever you want it to be and just say, I see it. You see that cloud right there? It looks like somebody is about to kill all the Jews. Well, where are you getting that from? Oh, I just have a feeling. It feels like they're going to. Yeah, but they're just in the street. They're chanting Free Palestine. Oh, but Free Palestine is code for let's kill all the Jews. So that's where we are now.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like just looking
Everything
up.
is.
Yeah. So that's
Poor
where we
Miss
are.
Rachel. She wants kids to live and to eat and to have shelter and to be warm. And all of a sudden, she hates a certain people.
Yep.
But I was just asking, that tea kettle ad, was that satire or was that?
No, that was real. It
was real?
That. Yeah, that they accidentally put that on the billboard, and then enough people saw some Jew hating in that and said, you got to take it down, when it was literally just a tea kettle. It happened to have a little resemblance of whatever they wanted it to have, and then that was enough to get it removed. But hey,
Wow.
that's why we all have to be really, really, really careful when we go out in the world, when we do anything at this point. We don't even have to leave our homes now. We have to be careful when we go online, what we say, if we're making a joke. I mean, even right now in this conversation, clearly the red alert is up for us here, Leslie. We are clearly in violation of hate speech and hate. Well, hate speech is now hate crime. So what we're doing, hate speech is the intention to commit violence. Therefore, we are now violent people. So it's very loaded. So we have to be really, really careful whatever we're doing at all times of the day. And like it or not, that's just, put up with it. Put up or shut up or get out. That's it.
That's how it is. Yep.
Hey,
Okay.
can we get to? I think we had some super chat. I know we had a Citizen in there. We read the first one, but there was a. Let me grab this next one we got. Yes, yeah. Well, this was the first one. So thank you for that, Citizen.
Yeah, thanks, Citizen. I'll say it correctly. Citizen Pendejo.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
At 2:30. Yeah. Thank you. One of three. Did you already read this?
Yeah, we read it earlier, but I'll read it again. Pat Summerall must have been a colossal POS for his daughter to turn out like this. No way around it. Thank you, Citizen, for that one. And then I think we got, was this the next one? We were talking about Crystal and Sagar on that clip regarding the Susie Wiles interview. Thank you for this, Citizen. Who is Crystal and who plays Sagar in this duo? Hey, just kidding. But buy Jay a Coke, Matt. He was great. Who was Crystal and who played? Well, look, we actually, on that clip, we didn't see Crystal. So I don't know. I guess I hope you're not comparing me and Jay to Crystal and Sagar. I hope that's not what's going on here. But we will, like we do with all the other clips, we'll say, hey, these guys got something right when they get it right. They're very good on Palestine. But they still both, particularly Crystal, certainly have Trump derangement syndrome, and they don't know how to report accurately on the Vanity Fair story, and that's why we played the clip. So I appreciated that discussion as well. So thank you, Citizen.
All right, and then
was there another one? Or did I mix them up? Oh yeah, there was one more. There was three.
Thank you so much.
I'll throw this one up here real quick because this was the third of three. I might have gotten in the different. This got in. I think I mixed them up, but this is Matt. There's a flaw in the CANDACE is a sellout argument. You're assuming Zionists are rational actors. Their reputation proves they aren't. Well, yeah, it is complicated. I 100% agree. And I don't think we're making the argument she's a sellout. We're saying there's layers to this that we are getting suspicious about. And we have seen the reaction of our audience, and a lot of them are not liking it. And then there's some people saying, they're saying that either she's being too weak. Other people are saying the whole thing was a scam the entire time. So there's different opinions about it. Other people it's about principle. They're saying you can't possibly say that you and Erica agree on anything if everything she's saying is the exact opposite of what you're saying. You can't. What is it that you're actually agreeing on unless you are changing your mind? And you're having your mind made right. So we're just going through all the theories, but certainly her behavior needs to be looked at if there's any adjustment or any she's making excuses. Maybe I don't know for Erica, but yes, make no mistake, we agree with you, Citizen. Zionists are there. It's very, very difficult to have a conversation, to debate one. It's very difficult, very challenging, and whatever the case may be for Candace. It's certainly a tough position for her to be in. We'll just say that at the bare minimum. It's a tough job that she's doing.
Do you think she'll ever go for presidency?
Oh, God, no. No.
She knows too much. She thinks too much. She asks too many questions.
She's not built for that. I've never seen her at a public forum where I was like, you know what? That looks like somebody who could. She plays on the podcast arena. She doesn't play it. Now, you know who does do well in a theatrical space with a podium is Tucker Carlson. He does extremely well. I would bet him definitely it would be closer to considering something like that before Candace. That's all. That's just based on where people, I feel like they fit in. It just doesn't seem like the arena for her.
I vote for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. At this point, you ever think you'd say that ever in your life?
I didn't think I would ever say that some
Yeah.
years ago.
Yeah.
Despised him some years ago. But, things change, opinions change, people learn, people grow. I think he's grown a lot, and I don't agree with everything, but I agree with most things. So here we are. All right, let's start from the beginning. You read all three. Thank you, Citizen. This one's cute. It just came in. I just thought it was adorable. Hi, Leora. Thanks for tuning in. I like all the emojis.
Are those all the references to what to
wine glass?
celebration or wine glass? Is it a wine glass indication?
The last one.
There we go. The last one.
But there's some other fun ones too.
Very cool. Very cool.
All right. Donald Duck's mom. Hello. That's really sweet of you. Thanks for tuning in. Let's see. I'll read this one too. The suppression of anti-Zio accounts on the platform is downright laughable and pathetic. Yeah, of course. Thank you for another.
And I think he's talking about Twitter. This was the I think the what Elon's doing on Twitter is childish.
Yeah, he did say that too.
That's what. So that it is laughable. It is laughable. Although we have to make a comparison and say at least it's not TikTok. TikTok's much worse right now. So we can make that assessment that it's not because people are losing their accounts completely. We're dealing with major shadow banning on Twitter, but we're talking about people completely losing their accounts on TikTok right now. That's a major problem. We might be heading there, but Elon tries to play it cool. Oh, I'm not doing anything. I'm letting you guys have your free speech. I'm letting you do your medical misinformation or medical freedom movement. I'm protecting your rights if you're talking about COVID stuff. But the Israel stuff gets
and to think people had a problem with TikTok because of China, and because China's they're what is the word? They're spying on us or whatever. People are scared of China.
They say that China's infiltrated us, and I go, show me a sign, and then they start sounding like Israel. When you tell me that China has infiltrated us, and I ask you to show me proof, and you say, well, you have to read between the lines to see it, or what they say they mean to say they are, or there's all the you're just talking like you're a Zionist, because that's what Israel says when they say, oh, Palestinians are trying to kill us all. Where are you getting that from? Well, we could just tell. It just feels like they are. Well, what do you mean? Well, when they say from the river to the sea, that means something that they're not saying. I'm like, well, why don't they just say the thing? You see, with Israel, we don't have to guess. We don't have to make up stories about what they mean to do or mean to say. They literally just do it and say it. It's pretty effing easy for us to just say, look, they're saying murder everyone in Gaza. They're literally saying that. Take the whole thing. They're literally saying lock people up that challenge us. They're literally saying, so everything is exactly what they do and say. But yet, if it's the other way, you have to decode it somehow. So so all the people upset about China, seriously, show us something. Stop making up like ghost stories. It's like monster in the closet. We're sick of that. We don't have time for monster in the closet stories. We're looking at monsters right in our face. We don't need you. We don't have time for a scary ghost story because we're literally dealing with the monsters. We're literally like going head to head with one right now. We don't need to be afraid of what's under the bed that we'll never see.
Yes. Next comment from Kelly Lane. Always a great show, Matt. Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Kelly. Kelly's going to be joining us. I'll announce this now. We're going to do a little holiday show on Tuesday because it's before Christmas, and we're not going to no Christmas show, guys. I didn't think you guys would be watching anyway on Christmas, but we're going to do the Tuesday show. We're going to do a little holiday show and bring in some oldies and goodies and newies and regulars and surprises and all sorts of stuff. And Kelly will be on at some point. So just letting you guys know.
All right. So thanks, Kelly. Let's see. Weiss Elk. I remember Weiss Elk from last week, I think, asking Sam, so communist, your personal interpretation of capitalism is... I'm more of a socialist. Says Sam, capitalism is a cancer of society, humanity's greatest threat. Thank you both for tuning in and for having appropriate and healthy dialogue. I did notice, I don't know if you noticed, Matt, but we had we had someone trolling. I thought they were very rude, and I think Banzo, either he left or Banzo removed him or censored. I like to use the word censored, muted maybe, because some people can get really mean. And Matt and I and a lot of people appreciate conversations and disagreements and all, but not when you start insulting people. Okay, so I don't know where that person went, but good riddance. Okay, let's see.
Well, can we make a distinction? If any of you guys have ever, I've been challenged by this. I thought you guys were for free speech. Why do you have to mute someone? Why do you have to take on your Facebook page, Matt? Why do you have to take? Why do you have to remove a comment? I thought you were for free speech. Like, well, this is not the same thing. For you have a right to say what you want, but if you come into my space, I can manage my space. It's my personal space. This is our Oh, it's a public space, Matt. It's public. You have the right to come in here, but if you do something that's not that doesn't sit well with people, that cause a problem, we can mute you. It's not censorship. It's protecting our personal space. There's a massive difference. And so, yes, you guys know that if anybody pushes at you about that, you also have a right. If you guys post something on your social or do a little video and somebody says something horrible to you, you're not a hypocrite. You are allowed to mute them. You're allowed to hide the comment. Guess what? You're allowed to unfriend someone. Did you know that? Did you know you're allowed to unfriend someone and you don't have to be called somebody who's pro censorship? So that's what this is. It's in the ballpark of unfriending. Muting is a little bit more temporary, but it's the same logic of I'm protecting my personal space. That's why you do that. You're not saying you're not allowed to talk. You're saying I don't want you talking in my space. It's making me uncomfortable. Way big difference. Let's be clear on that.
Thank you. From Donald Duck's mom, San Francisco here. Ooh, the Bay Area. I've had extreme difficulty breathing and I'm coughing constantly. Lately, it's been intermittent fog and rain. Yeah, and I know you had a segment about that already, but my God, has it been really weird here in LA. And I think it's a big part of SoCal, right, Matt?
It's the entire coast.
From Bakersfield to even
it's San Francisco. It's everywhere down the coastline of California. So in San Francisco, we are seeing, I thought it was just an LA thing, but when we looked into it, it's the whole coast. And this fog, they're telling us it's called radiation fog, and they want us to believe it's been around forever. You know, I know, we all know that's a lie. It hasn't been around forever. They just came up with the word. At least they could have BS'd us and told us that we came up with a new word for you guys because we have this kind of thing. We're trying to figure it out. No, they're not doing that. They're saying, no, you guys are just freaking out. Don't listen to what people are saying. So I'm sorry. There's a hard difficulty breathing. I'm sure you're not this isn't independently. I this will make you feel better that there's everyone else is suffering too. We're all suffering from this, but they're telling us in unison to shut up, stop going on social media. It's totally normal. It's totally fine. It's not fine. So I suggest people stay inside right now. Because this fog, it's coming in and out. It's really weird. And it happens fast. It's like this. It's weird. It's like it's clear and then it's not. So stay inside as much as you can. Wear a mask outside. I never thought I'd be the guy saying that.
Not really saying that.
We say it when it matters. Wear a mask when it's about actual ventilation and breathing, not this stupid. Yeah.
I think the best case scenario, and I posted a picture of this on my socials, and somebody replied, "What are you talking about? What is it called? Radiation frog?
It's called radiation fog.
Radiation fog."
The conspiracy theorists did not coin that term. The media coined that term and told us it. So they're telling us that's the name of it, radiation fog.
Yeah, so they said radiation fog means when it cools down rapidly in the afternoon when the sun sets and all the wetness of the floor and the grass and whatever, all the moisture goes up into the atmosphere and it forms this ugly wet cloud like here, not above us, but here where we are living and breathing. And once the sun starts coming up, it starts to burn off that layer of nasties of fog or water, and it goes back down. So they give me an explanation. So I was like, okay, best case scenario, I hope you're right, best case scenario, but still means that all the crap that's on the floor and all the pollutants and all the trash and all the chemicals, all the nasties on the floor are coming up at nighttime, and we're still breathing it. So best case scenario, it's a bad case.
Worst case scenario, as we saw in some of that, investigation we did in Top Censored News. Go back and watch that, guys. We're going to upload it by tomorrow. The Top Censored News story. It looks like that there might be throwing some. So it's not so harmful. We're just experimenting on some new chemicals and stuff. Don't worry about it, guys. It's not going to be that bad. You might have a cough. Okay, so we're just your lab rats.
Yeah, because our lungs are rejecting these things.
Yeah.
Awful.
So this is what we're dealing with right now. I'd say the dehumidifier is a good device. Have that on hand, right? It's a good one.
You said humidifier or dehumidifier?
Dehumidifier, right?
At the very least, we have air filters. No, what's it called?
The air filters and
they're filter. Yeah. Levoids. We have these around the house everywhere, really.
Yeah, but just we'll tough it out. Hopefully it'll die down soon. But stay inside the best you can and go out. You guys, you can go outside. It's weird because it kind of comes and goes. So if it looks clear, go out, get some sun. If you see the fog, if it starts to just go back, whatever you got to do, just make adjustments.
Yeah.
That's all we can say. But don't let them tell you that you're not allowed to ask questions, and you're not allowed to be suspicious, and you're not allowed to look at and engage with other people and hear their stories. We want to do that. That's what social media should be for. You should be able to say, hey, I live in here. I'm getting this. I'm up in the Bay Area. Oh, I'm down in San Luis Obispo. I'm getting this. What are you getting? We should be able to do that. We should be able to engage with each other. That's what they don't want. They don't want us having conversations. So we know this. We know this.
Can't believe the day came where Matt Weinglass would tell his friends and family and viewers to stay home and wear a mask.
That's funny.
That's funny. All right, moving on.
Oh, yes.
Really cool about DD. Thank you, ChatterX2.
Yes.
From Bianca Talarico. Ooh, I like that last name. I hope Assange is successful. Don't we all?
Well, he was successful just getting the case filed or the complaint filed. That's enough. I don't know if anything will happen with it, but it's on record that these people in this Nobel Peace Prize committee have now been recorded as the official complaint is that they are using their prize in a deceitful way, and he's demanding they give it back. This last one to coronavirus Machado. We're trying to say that is not you are using it to propagate war, not peace. And it's the point of the Nobel Peace Prize is to promote peace. You're doing the opposite. It's all on record. So I don't know if anything's going to happen from it, but it's there. It's been recorded, public record.
I thought this one was interesting from ChatterX. Kissinger dropped, is that 2,756,000 tons of bomb
just on Cambodia alone? Yes.
On Cambodia. And the next year, he was given the Nobel Peace Prize.
So, yes. So it's not the first. So Maria Corina Machado is not the first warmongering psychopath to get the award. I mentioned Obama earlier, who got it on his way into the presidency, and Henry Kissinger is no exception. This award has been used to push war in the past. I think Julian Assange knows that, but it's just nice that we get it on record now. We're not learning about it in the history books, and people that didn't know about Henry Kissinger, they thought he was this diplomat that would sit with Nixon, and then he would sit with Ford, and he would sit with all of these, with Carter, and he was always there. Kissinger's always there, and he was presented as this nice little Jewish guy. Jewish has nothing to do with it, by the way. I'm just saying, but he was just this nice little guy that I just want some peace. We have to negotiate and drop a few bombs, but that's only because we had no choice. Every presidency, he'd be there. More bombs. And he got Nixon to do that on Cambodia. He did that. He played Nixon like a total fool. Well, anyways, yeah, so that is your history of the Nobel Peace Prize for you. Yeah, thank you, ChatterX.
And so Julian Assange is an OG legend. Yep. All right. And I'll throw this one in just because we're talking about it. Obama, a war criminal and a Nobel Peace Prize recipient. Who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
Is Donald ever going to get his for peace as well, even though he's starting all this? Now, a lot of people voted for him because he was the peace candidate, the peace president.
I think he had Netanyahu nominated him. That happened. That was funny.
Oh, what a great honor.
He got the nomination, but no, Maria Coronavirus Machado got the ultimate victory on that one. So yeah, she's the one going around. You know what? I got to play this clip. This is important. I wasn't able to play it on the show before, but this is the winner of the, if you guys don't know how insane this is, we are literally living in a bizarro world, because this is the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. And what she's doing is she's going around saying that that bringing a war on Venezuela is not war. It's actually out of love. She literally says love. And this is on CBS. Of course, it's on CBS, Face the Nation, which is Israeli propaganda now that it's, Barry Weiss and Larry Ellison own it. This is it. She's going to tell the viewers that it's about love. That's what war and bombs are. It's love.
President Trump said that land strikes to stop drug trafficking specifically will start soon. He has been saying that for weeks. Do you know what he is talking about? And has he promised you anything?
No, I don't know. And well, if I knew, I wouldn't say it, of course, but it's not the case. We are not involved, and we will not get involved into another nation's policy for their own national security.
But would you welcome U.S. military action?
I will welcome more and more pressure so that Maduro understands that he has to go, that his time is over. And I will insist something that I've said several times before. This is not conventional regime change. This cannot be compared to other cases like countries in the Middle East. We had an election. Mm-hmm. Regime change was already mandated by over 70% of the population. And what we need is support to enforce that decision.
How do you square military action with receiving a peace prize?
Here we go.
Are we at the point it's necessary?
What we're fighting for is precisely freedom in order to have democracy, and democracy in order to have peace. And in order to maintain freedom and to achieve freedom, you do need strength. The contrary would be the peace of the dead, in which you have a country under absolute, oppression and simply given in. And that's not the case. It's absolutely absurd that you see a regime, a criminal regime like Maduro, that gets support from Russia or from Iran, and then as a Venezuelan people not to ask support from democratic countries and democratic leaders. That's absolute absurd. We do not have arms. We have our will. We have the power of organization and the power of love, which at the end, I have to say that peace is ultimately an act of love.
Peace is ultimately the act of love, which is our war efforts to, how do you do that? That's insane. She pulled that off. There it is. That's our Nobel Peace Prize winner right there. There it is.
Wow. Okay, let me go back to my starred comments.
War is peace.
Yeah, I had to post that one because we're just talking about it. Real quickly, yes, F Facebook and Meta and Zuckerberg. Yep.
They pulled our stream from Facebook today.
I heard. I was out and about buying groceries, but I had one ear pod in. And I heard that. I'm sorry that happened.
Yeah, whatever. We don't care.
Weird, huh? Okay.
We don't care. I don't care.
Things are not any better on Twitter, Matt, but at least haven't knocked your lives. You still live on there?
At least they haven't knocked our lives. And we say the same thing about Rumble compared to YouTube. We say at least Rumble keeps our lives up. YouTube sends us termination notices. But they're all in on the surveillance state. They're all in on the shadow banning. They're all in on the using what we say against us later or whenever. So we know it all sucks, but we do have to make the distinction of actual termination and pulling the plug versus not. So isn't it smarter to not pull the plug if you want to keep tabs on someone? Isn't it smarter to keep their channel on? Right? Why do you pull somebody off? Then you're going to stop talking. You want to be able to get them, right? So you should keep us on. You shouldn't be terminating channels. All right. Whatever.
Yeah. It's like keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Did I say it wrong? Something like that.
No, that was exactly right. You hit it. That's it. You nailed it.
Sometimes I mix things in my head. Okay.
No. You got it.
What does Mary say? Hi, Mary. Apple, not very private either, despite what they say. Yeah, I know. Remember Gates bailed them out around 1999. What is private nowadays? I think someone mentioned WhatsApp as well, which is encrypted and safe and all that stuff.
No, it's not.
I don't think our smart
WhatsApp
devices, like these, none of this is safe. Like
No.
I'm
WhatsApp
telling you, I'm
is-
going to start
no.
sending handwritten letters to people. We have no privacy.
Snail mail, baby. We're back. We're
Snail
gonna
mail.
Make snail mail great again.
Yeah, I like that. Sam says terror arrests up by at least 660%. Oof, in the UK due to the Palestine action ban. Man, we just keep hearing these
Terror
awful
arrest.
things from Sam about the UK.
Terror arrests.
Terror
what the F,
arrests.
man? Terror. What
The people protesting for peace
are
and to stop
terrorists?
the occupation are the terrorists.
Man.
It's like Miss Rachel. Man, the world is upside down.
Yep.
I can only laugh at it sometimes.
Yeah.
Nylum. FBI equals Malcolm X, MLK Jr., RFK,
Check.
2025, and CK.
Check,
check.
and
We agree.
check. Yep.
Let me Oh,
But we
go
don't
ahead.
have. I'm assuming the JFK that's an obvious one that's not on there. These are the ones we don't talk as
That was
much
missing.
about.
Yeah.
But RFK certainly. RFK we actually don't talk about that one at all. RFK is absolutely FBI job. Not Sirhan. And for those of you who think that was a lone assassin as well, they all like a lone assassin. Adam, these are lone assassins. Are you guys tired of the lone assassin bullshit by now? Are you tired of it?
Lone wolf. Yep.
Yeah. But Lee Harvey Oswald he was in that library and Tyler Robinson he just had enough of Charlie Kirk's hate. I'm gonna text my boyfriend about it too. Like that'll show my dad.
Yeah, right. Witz just posted Signal is a safer alternative to pro-genocide. Oh, what's up? Oh, right. Yeah, I think you have Signal, right, Matt?
Yeah, Signal. We do Signal
I
chat
should download
on a lot. Signal's lesser of all the evils. Maybe we could say Signal. Little Telegram. Those are slightly better at least at this point. Yeah, safer alternative than WhatsApp. Absolutely. Yes, Signal. That's a good one.
Okay, so in addition, Antifada chants are now illegal in the UK. Illegal, yeah. This didn't stop me from this afternoon outside UAV engines, Elbit, Shenstown. Globalize the Antifada, F Israel, and their Western accomplices, free Palestine.
How dare you say those hateful things? Do you know how many people I know here in Hollywood that are crying? They're crying tears when they see this. They can't function. You really hurt their feelings, Sam. You really hurt their feelings. Can you just let them genocide in peace? Just let them genocide in peace. Why do you have to hurt their feelings? So stop it. As Erica Kirk
The
said.
antiseptic.
As Erica Kirk said to Candace Owens. Stop it.
Very strange facial. Yeah.
Yeah, really weird. But
Very
they're friends now, I guess. They made up. They agree on a lot of stuff.
I'm
oof.
sure they do. They're both pro-life. What else?
I don't know what else they could possibly agree on, except that apparently Erica Kirk is saying after the fact that she feels that the CBS interview was a scam, but I haven't heard her say it. I heard Candace say that she said it. I don't know. So what? So she thinks she was played on that. The ratings weren't what you wanted. CBS was mad that the viewers didn't like it. That's what you agree on? That's very minimal to say, hey, we agree on something. Okay.
I stand with Venezuela, says Sam. FDJT, the peace president. Yeah, right. Banzo says, I know nothing about Venezuela, but viva Venezuela. Right?
Well,
anyone that Israel or USA is mad at and wants to start war with, I'm for them too, even though I live here.
Yeah. It turns out they were all the good guys. It turns out they all were minding their business. It turns out they were all looking for ways they could better their own people and their country. Turns out they all had the resources available to do so. Turns out they all were working on their own foreign currency away from the petrodollar. Turns out, man, they all had a critique of Israel. Another one. Whoa. Saddam Hussein did. Obviously, you guys don't know, but Maduro's strong critique of Israel. Totally against Israel. What about Gaddafi? Totally against Israel before they murdered him, before Hillary Clinton murdered him and laughed about it. Same thing. The whole time, every one of them.
Moving on, Julia Collins. Mike Johnson has canceled Friday's congressional session, sending House Republicans home Thursday evening. Is today Thursday? Yes.
It's happening now.
This way, they won't have to be around when the Epstein files are released tomorrow.
Ooh, we'll see. The Epstein files, the real ones. This time, no, we mean it this time. This is the one we've been waiting for. I can't wait. We'll be ready to go live for you guys. We'll see.
That one was funny. Okay, let me read.
Yeah.
What does Mary say?
Wait, you didn't read it.
Oh, I read it in my head.
No, you gotta say it out loud. It's funny.
Globalize the enchilada. Has a good ring to it. Let's see. Mary says, agreed, poverty is baked into our system, so normies measure success by accumulating more money. And I think you already read this one, right?
Yeah, we read this one. We talk about it. Yeah, there's a flaw in all of the theories have a little thing odd about it. So we have to be open-minded in the Candace Owens situation and point out when she's doing good journalism. And even if it's, it's just important. Sometimes things just need to be said. And it's important to highlight it when they are said. So, but yeah, we'll stay curious.
Pulling the string says, Americans are dumb. Yeah, I agree with that statement. And we live in America. When people say America, do they mostly mean USA?
Yes.
A lot of the world thinks we're dumb. And yeah, I don't disagree. I'm not offended when people think I'm dumb from other countries. Let's see. I like this one. Bansel says, Trump seems very, very bad at choosing his people. I mean, really, really bad.
I would have quotations around choosing as well there, Bonzo.
That's true.
Choosing his people. I mean,
They're
can't.
voluntold.
There's no way he wanted. I mean, right away, you guys should have known Marco Rubio, Ted Cruz. I mean, these are people.
Ted Cruz, that guy.
He would never have chosen these people if he wasn't a puppet of something bigger than himself. I mean, there's no way. These are the guys he kicked off the Republican stage. He got rid of all of them. Go back, guys. It's a classic. It's an oldie but a goodie. It's Trump on the stage of the Republican convention. Every one of those assholes. It was not just Jeb Bush. It was Ted Cruz. It was Marco Rubio. They were all on that stage. And he said, F you, F you, F you. You all suck. He seems to be very, very bad at choosing his people. Like really, really bad. Totally agree. Thank you, Bonzo.
I like this one. Wow, the first time I heard a U.S. podcaster tell the truth about these things without all the partisan BS. Great work, Matt.
Oh, thank you, Lenny.
Thank you, Lenny Xavier. QX9LP. Okay,
really cool.
Yeah.
It's not just I can't take all the credit. It's not just us. We have there's other ones doing it with us, and we're inspired by each other. And we got to obviously give a shout out to Do Dissidents. We have their audience watches us after their show a lot, which is great. So we're not taking sole credit on this, but I'm glad you guys, Lenny, I'm glad you discovered us, and I hope you continue watching and look out for others in our arena as well.
Yeah, and thanks for sticking around, guys. Let's see. I'll throw this one in. Yep. Jews are the victims here, not the 500,000 Palestinian kids butchered by Isra-Hell. Jungle Jer, we're supporting Israel is a generational thing. That's true. That's true, Matt. First and foremost, I have met several people who either came from, a Zio background, mom and dad, all for Israel. But a lot of these people have woken up and have done their own research. Oh, a celebrity. What's his name? The funny guy.
Oh, you're calling about Seth Rogen?
Yes. He's one of them. And I know a lot of them too.
he's saying out loud that he realizes
believes
that
all that.
he said that Hebrew school, he was in Hebrew school as a child. He's saying the whole thing was a lie. They lied to him about everything. They lied to him about this beautiful land with nobody on it, just open land, waiting for them to come in 1948. And then he learned about the Nakba, and he goes, "Why didn't you tell us this?" So it's great to have people like that wake up now, because it's not going to work anymore, right?
Well, yeah, I went to school learning and thinking that Europeans came to this continent, and my native ancestors were like, welcome, and the Europeans were like, we're welcomed here, and everybody, there's love, and everyone's happy, and we're just gonna settle here and occupy and celebrate Thanksgiving. It was all lies, man. All
Yeah.
lies.
Yeah.
Makes me so mad. Let's see. I thought that was funny. Candace has been replaced from John Rampula. Candace has been replaced with a genetically modified version,
That would
which is
explain a
basically
lot.
all our food. Huh?
That would explain a lot. They're gonna replace us all. They're gonna replace us all.
John, is that your picture? He also says
the AI will not replace us. AI will not replace us.
he says, great job, guys. Let's see. There's a question from Manimus. Hey, Manimus. Matt, would it not be possible to install a system to release some kind of chemical into tankers to destroy the oil if they get pirated by the West? Your thoughts?
That's theoretically, it would be something you could look into scientifically and figure out if that technology is available to do it. Yes. However, I think that conversation stops at a point of morality, and there's an element I think we don't understand here about countries like Venezuela, that let's say they had the ability to do that. I don't think they would do that, because that's not their way. They wouldn't. They would fight for what's right. And if we steal the oil from them, they would find another way to survive. And they're just not in the business of, we're going to F you. If you're going to F us, we're going to F you. They don't. Other countries don't think like that. They don't do that. Israel is the only one that does that. And we do it by proxy. We do it in European countries. But the rest of the world doesn't behave that way. They don't go around policing the world and saying, we can't have it, you can't either, or we're going to teach you a lesson. If they did, guess what? We'd be attacked more often. We would have threats more. We don't. Venezuela doesn't attack us. China doesn't attack us. They don't attack anyone. So they're not going to attack their own thing either. I don't think they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't attack the thing that we stole from them. They maybe would try to get it back, but I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that.
All right, we're coming to an end. Hi, Mary. Let's see. I think we're reaching the end for now. Oh, there's
let's wrap it up. I know we've been on a little.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thanks everyone for staying for hours and being tuned in. Thanks to Banzo, with everyone that's watching from different places in the world. Really cool to read your comments and thoughts and questions. What else, Matt? Power to the people.
Power
be safe out there.
Free Palestine, and we'll have a good weekend, everyone. And I'm staying. We're gonna do one more segment for you guys. We got a loudest voice of the week for you. But Leslie, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And
you're welcome. Bye, friends.
Bye. All right, Nurse Leslie. And we didn't do any medical freedom movement Maha material today. I have a fun one for you guys at the end of the show, but generally it's just bad timing. We just didn't have the content here, because usually we like Nurse Leslie chiming in on that more so than all the rest. Well, we like her chiming in on everything, to be honest. But yeah, we had too much of the war stuff to cover today, because as you guys know, it's a death care system, and it's a war system. It's not for peace. It's not for health. Because peace and health, they cost too much, don't they? Peace and health are just not a good investment. War and sickness, now those are great investments. If you're looking to make some cash, some money, that's what you want to invest in. War and sickness, not peace and health. Okay, that does it for this little engage. Oh, I do see some more comments for you guys. I'll throw some up a little later as we're going out, but I do have one more segment for you guys. Let's get to that. Let's get to that right now. It's the loudest voice of the week, and yeah, I like this one. This is a good one. You guys will enjoy this one. You might actually learn something. Okay, you might actually learn something from this one. Okay, here we go. I think we're all set. And of course, if you guys missed any of the show, you can always go back and watch it on replay. We have all the episodes up on Rumble, all of them in their entirety. Or you can wait for the segments to come out if you want to just watch the segments. Share those out. We always like you guys to share out segments with people, get conversations started. That's always a good thing. If we can trigger a conversation, we like to know we played a part, especially in the holidays. If you guys are seeing people you haven't seen in a while, you want to share something with them, it would be cool. You guys can do that. You guys can do that. And let me take this comment off and we'll get started. Okay. Here we go, guys. Let's go. It's time for Loudest Voice of the Week. Last segment of the day. Here we go. Let's do it. It's the loudest voice of the week. And we saw, I would say, a moment that took a little courage to pull off. And we're gonna look at this because this is very important. That this person got called out by the group. We're talking about the group, the activist group called Code Pink. And we saw this came up on our feed this morning. And it's very important. This was out in Washington, D.C. So the guy they confronted is named Scott Bessent. Okay. He is the Treasury Secretary. You might not know him too well because he doesn't really go on TV that much at all, really. So you probably don't know him really by even name at some point. We're gonna talk about Scott Bessent in a second. But first, I want to give you guys a backstory on what it is that's being protested. So, did you guys know that 1/3 of the entire world's population is living under U.S. sanctions? That is a fact. And did you know that has been for a long time? Way before Trump came in his second term and was shouting and spewing all these new sanction policies. They've been living this way for a long time. This is 1/3 of the world's population. Now, what does that actually mean? We don't get to learn what those sanctions actually do to people. We think it's a minor inconvenience. Did you know that the intention of those sanctions and the people that push those sanctions are people that will tell you why we do it? If you ask them, they will tell you why. The reason we sanction 1/3 of the planet is because our hope is that they will get enough pressure from the sanctions. In other words, we make their lives so effing miserable that they will rise up against their leader and start a coup and start a civil war. And then we'll come in and save the day and take out their leader and put in ours. That's why we do it. And it keeps in the interim when they're not rising up and doing that. They're just trying to get through the day. They're trying to survive. In the interim, we just get this power play we get to keep. As a result of these sanctions, which never go in the way of people rising up against their country, they just are trying to survive and get through the day and not die. Well, unfortunately, this part gets lost. The Lancet has estimated that these sanctions that we put across the entire globe, 1/3 of the planet, kill nearly 600,000 people every year. Most of them are children under the age of 5. And this, like I said, was well before Trump. This is what we do. This is how we function. This is the function of a capitalist entity, a war machine entity, that even if we don't declare war, we're still at war, and we're still we're shaking our iron fist at 1/3 of the entire planet. Nobody else is doing that, not even effing close. So on top of that, the result is that the people at the border that are coming in is a direct result of us creating these horrific environments. And it's the refugees that are coming in as a result, which we never talk about. Republicans and Democrats never talk about the refugee crisis, which we cause with our sanctions. Okay, now you're caught up on that. Now it's time to tell you who Scott Bessent is. As the Secretary, the Treasury Secretary, Scott is the person most responsible for implementing these sanctions currently in this administration. So, Code Pink ran into Scott at a dinner, a fine dinner in Washington, D.C. Look what happened.
Announcement. We have a special guest here, and we want to make a toast to the Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent. Oh, yeah. So let's give it up for the man who is eating in peace as people starve across the world based on his sanctions, which are economic warfare.
Of course you're going to boo this. It's the truth.
He oversees.
These people sitting in that restaurant thought it would be appropriate to interrupt the interruption, to interrupt the disruption with booze, as if what? They don't care, or two, they don't agree, or three, you're not hearing the whole story. There's more. Scott Bessent has his own take on it, and you guys aren't informed. Or is the boo just shut up? I'm trying to eat. I don't want to think about starving children. Whatever the case may be, that's always interesting to see what type of people end up in these videos. And the internet's forever, so we're gonna see you booing forever because you thought that this is not, for whatever reason, worth your attention. Okay.
The death of 600,000 people due to sanctions annually. And this president, let's cheers to the Monroe Doctrine. Trump today said that Venezuelan oil.
And you have no idea how ignorant you are.
Ignorant. You are responsible for the death of 600,000 people annually because of sanctions. How many people are going to die because of the blood is on your hands?
The blood is on your hands. You should be ashamed.
So there he's going to go complain to the staff. And what do you think is going to happen? Let's take bets. Do you think, how many people think that that they're going to get the Code Pink people to be removed? And how many people think that Scott Bessent is going to be removed? And then how many people think that Scott Bessent will just remove himself? 1, 2, or 3. What is going to happen? Type 1 if you think that Code Pink's getting removed. Type 2 if Scott Bessent is get removed. Type 3 if he just gets up and leaves on his own. So will there be no security involved at all? That would be the third option. Which one is it? Okay. Votes in. Let's see. We have, yes, we're gonna go with I see Manimus putting number 3 here. Let's put that one up. That's, oh yeah, Long Meadow saying 3. Yeah, that's a good guess. That's a good guess. Okay, so we're saying no security. He's just gonna remove himself. All right, let's see.
Should not be able to eat in peace. So we're here at a restaurant in Washington, D.C. right before Trump is about to announce the accomplishments of this administration and what's to come. The Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, was here in this fancy restaurant as he oversees the very policies that allow for children across the world to starve to death, and over 600,000 people a year die because of economic sanctions. So all of these war criminals that live amongst us, we need to be using our voice and confronting them because the blood of so many people across the globe is on their hands. So now the secretary just left. He was so uncomfortable that he was confronted and he just walked out of the restaurant.
Number 3 it is. Number 3 it is. He was so upset. He was so upset that they weren't escorted out that he just got up and left. There might be a little more to this. Let's see.
I was sitting right here next to Scott Bassett over there when he found out you guys would not be kicked out. He spit in his food, stood up, looked at the waiter, and sauntered off like a real housewife. That queen, drama queen, over him. Literally spit in his food. That's our Treasury Secretary. Are you kidding me? It's so embarrassing, guys.
So I like what these guys did. I think it was pretty courageous, and it's pretty informative too. Because like I said, this guy, we don't see him often at all. This is him. He's got this America is back. He should really replace that with Israel is back, because that's really what we know. We know the drill, guys. But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. So this is the type of education people need to have. And this is not just people who voted for Trump. Again, this is the entire apparatus. This is Democrats, Republicans. They need to understand that the sanctions that we put on the rest of the world are the reason that we have the border crisis. And we heard earlier today, we did hear Thomas Massie say that on the floor of the Congress. This is good. This is good that this Congress, it's not just going around. And again, it's cool to confront these assholes with their AIPAC money and tell them, stop genociding Gaza. And we certainly need that. But it's really nice to also see a more nuanced attack here, where we're talking about the overall problem of the apparatus of the capitalist system, which is both parties. This guy happens to be the one appointed by Trump, but we've had this going for years and years. It was just somebody before him that did it, and there's going to be somebody after him that does it, until we wake up and realize that both parties are captured by this military-industrial complex that functions only with this iron fist policy that allows capitalism to even exist at all. And that's the only reason that capitalism exists. That's the only reason we have the petrodollar with the value it still has, even though it's failing, even though it's not sustainable. The only reason we're here where we are now, and we still get to say things like America and exceptionalism and stop communism, and you have the entire Congress having to sign. Before Mandami came to visit the Oval Office, you had everybody in Congress say, we vow to our loyalty against communism. They literally had to pass a Do You Condemn Communism Act. That's how our government works. It's not uniquely Trump. I'm glad that Code Pink's going after this in a larger way and hopefully educating some people, the people that weren't booing. Maybe a few people in the room actually heard it and went, I didn't know that. I never thought of that before. If they weren't with the guy, if they were just there, happened to be there. And of course, anybody watching this online, it's very good. It's very useful. And we need to start having this conversation more about how we create the refugee problem, which then creates the immigration problem. We do it. We do it. And to sanction the whole entire planet and to pretend that we're the good guys policing the world when we're destroying a third of the planet just with our sanctions alone. That is just insanity. And now that we know this, we can't unknow it. So keep talking about it. Keep spreading the word. Code Pink, you're doing some good stuff. You got COVID wrong a few years back. I'm not necessarily forgiving you for that. But when you get something right like this, we give you what we call the loudest voice of the week. Okay. That should do it for this this episode today, guys. We just hit the 4-hour mark. Wow. We always do. We just don't like hitting 5. That feels like it's over. It's a lot. It's a little too much with the 5. But this should be a good enough run for the day, for the rest of the week. Okay, guys, that's about it. So let's go ahead and wrap it up here. Big thanks to Jay Scott. Big thanks to Nurse Leslie and to Bonzo Beans for running the mod today. We appreciate all you guys in the super chats and all the rest, all you guys' engagement. I'm going to try to throw up a few more of your comments on the outro. Just so you guys know, tomorrow, tentatively, I might be on with Garland Nixon. We're working out a time for tomorrow morning. I'll let you guys will see when we go live. If you go follow Garland Nixon on YouTube and Rumble, we'll be having a conversation. We haven't had one in a little bit, so it's a little long overdue. So that's tomorrow, hopefully. And then next week, we mentioned earlier, there is we're planning a holiday show for our Tuesday episode. It should be no different than a usual episode, other than it's going to incorporate a little holiday theme, and we're going to have a few more people on than usual. And then we're taking Christmas off. In fact, the following week, we're going to be taking off as well, except for one thing we will be doing. So I guess we could say Tuesday will be kind of our season finale, if you want to call it that, if you're into, TV talk. It'll be season finale before we come back after the break. But after Tuesday, there will be one more thing we're doing. And I think some of you guys who know us well, you know that we like to end the year with a top censored news of the year. And so we're going to be putting something fun together for the last day of the year, which will be Wednesday, the 31st. We'll have a countdown ready for you guys, probably go at the normal time before all the countdown festivities happen, wherever you're at in the world. We'll appreciate you guys tuning in for that. So that's about it. And then we'll be, probably we'll see how long of a break we'll take before we start the new year, the 2026. So that's coming up. Just wanted you guys to know. Thank you all again. And we will see you guys next week. On the outro, we do have a very interesting information being shared by Dr. Sherry Tenpenny. She's going to be revealing to you, listen carefully, how pediatricians are misinformed, and they misinform millions, whether it's on purpose or not. They seem to be in the business of misinforming millions and millions of parents about vaccines every year. She's going to tell you the truth about vaccines. Pay attention. You're going to need this. You're going to need this information over the holidays here. If you happen to get into a political riff with any family member or friend, pull this out. You're going to need this as a reference point, because everything she's saying is true, according to reports. We're just reporting on it here at the Homeless Left. We're not medical professionals. Well, Leslie is, but we're not. The rest of us aren't medical professionals. We're just reporting the news. But that's how we do it here, guys. Critical thinking skills, open mind, non-tribal. That's how we do it on the Homeless Left. So remember, go out there, always act out of courage, principle, and conviction. That's it, guys. Power to the people and free Palestine. We're out.
Specifically, do you believe parents are being misled in the pediatrician's office when they try to ask questions?
Pediatricians have all been taught vaccines are safe, effective, necessary, and are harmless. And each one of those statements is false. Vaccines have never been proven to be safe. They don't keep you from getting sick. You can have the vaccine and high antibody levels and still contract the illness. None of them are necessary. There are millions of unvaccinated kids in this country now that aren't sick. They don't have asthma, allergies, eczema, ADD. They don't use inhalers. They don't have chronic daily medications. And every single vaccine causes a level of harm, even if it's just at a cellular level, changing the epigenetics of that child, changing little things, shaving off a few points of their IQ that you may not know about or be able to recognize until later. Vaccines do all of those things.
What is the evidence to support that it's shaving off IQ?
Because you know that every vaccine has an ability to cause encephalitis or to cause brain swelling or cause brain edema, and all of those things lead to lower IQ. And when you have all of those toxicities in your body that your body has to take care of, you know that your body is a little bit less healthy.